So,
Yeah, I just remembered as I was driving home, like, oh,
good to go.
okay, we're on. Okay. Thank you, everyone. It's 7 o'clock. We are going to start the special meeting of the Board of Finance. Let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So tonight in attendance, we have 5 of our Board of Finance members. We have Dan, Ryan, Brianna, Mary, and myself. Glenn is absent tonight. And we have the EMS and Center Fire are joining us tonight for their presentation for the town budget. So without, do we have any public comment? No, okay. Then we will start off with our new business for the budget discussions for, who wants to go first, EMS? Okay,
Well, we were honoring the slide deck, so.
Okay.
yeah, before
okay, that's
we
fine.
Go through that. So I had the slides, when Sarah gets here, we can go into the budget numbers, anything
Okay.
specific about
Sure,
that, but
sure.
we want to respect the format, so.
Absolutely.
All right,
Yeah.
so you go to the next slide, please. So just kind of, I know there's been a lot of conversations. Again, I'm Rob Purrs, I'm the president of Brookfield Volunteer Fire Company. So a lot of this, I know Andy's has regular conversations, but to sum it up for accomplishments for the prior year. Our members have volunteered over 18,009 hours, which, you know, if you do the math, that's about 9 FTEs minus, you know, benefits and time off and stuff like that. So it's a lot of hours that we put in and save the town money by doing the volunteer work. Our numbers have increased across the board for both fire and for EMS. So we got a 37 increase for fire, 32% increase in calls for EMS responses. As a department, we have 55 active members. We basically average almost 6 members per call, so that's almost 7,300 responses from the membership. We have a lot of training we're doing, we'll get into that, but we've logged over 10,000 hours in training, and that breaks down to really meet our commitments that we need to from both who we're regulated by, and also with OSHA. The OSHA visit we had 2 years ago, they wanted to see a framework for how we nominate officers and our staff, so a lot of that went into our training programs as well as for EMS and making sure they keep their CMEs and stay certified. Some things that go, I just mentioned the OSHA, there's also a lot of this is we are focusing on implementing our systems. First Due is one thing we've been piloting this year to see how it can feed into the reporting and give us better dashboard and visualization of the data, not just looking at numbers and doing everything manual from Excel. Chief, I see you're here, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, no, we
This
can,
slide. Can you keep going?
we'll take it over. The fact that our calls are up, all right, some of you have been on the board a long time, and it's something I haven't predicted. Here we are. It's increasing at a pretty dramatic rate, especially the ambulance, fire. So we need your help. We're giving you free labor. We're doing the best we can with our capital to keep things down. We're changing things. But operationally, initially I was cut $200,000 between fire department and ambulance, the initial cut. And those were draconian cuts that would not have been possible for us to operate. There's no new programs or equipment in our budget. It's a maintenance budget. All right, we're already in the red this year for fuel, all right, which the company's going to absorb. Electric, we're going to be in the red this month, I think, right? March?
We're already in the red.
We're already in the red for electric because of the increase January 1st. We predicted a certain rate. You guys are in the same things that occur in this building or in the police department are occurring there. Okay, so it's nothing different. Our biggest drivers this year are fuel, heat, electric, and insurance. 4 things. I can't control any of those 4 things. I can't say, all right, I'm going to cut the heat. I can't do any of that. As it is now, our temperature control is on demand, and we have it at a certain temperature. The exception of the apparatus space, they have to be a certain temperature. But our administrative section of the building, we keep the heat pretty low. We have to turn it on. It's on demand. We have timers on our lights. We have motion sensors. We've done everything possible to keep those costs down. Unfortunately, every fire truck that we have is plugged in and charging all the equipment on there, so that just drains a lot of electric. We have 3-phase electric for our compressor to fill up our air bottles. So there's also a lot of things that we have that do draw a lot of electricity. But we've done our due diligence to try to every conceivable way to keep the costs down. But as you guys know, you run your homes, you run this town, we have the same issues that you guys do. So those are the big driving costs on the budget for the fire department.
I have a question. Have you guys considered outsourcing, or you can basically pick your supplier?
We are
lock in?
we locked in with the town.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
but-
we locked into a company that'll cover us for 24 months, which is at that point, we will then jump onto the town.
The town, yeah, we've
But
dealt
we're
that.
out of it we had to wait till Joel said it's 24 months.
24
Just
months.
budget-wise.
Yeah, we did, yeah, we did, we've done all that we can to not just stick with Eversource, or, Eversource to try to,
But unfortunately, because of timing, we're just, this budget year, we're out.
And is your oil's locked in with the town also?
Yes.
Okay.
town rates for oil, for fuel.
Yep.
We get gas at the highway department.
Oh,
We
okay.
have our own diesel pump,
Yeah.
that, for the fire trucks, but for our gas, instead of having two redundancy for gas pumps, we
Yeah.
go to the highway department, they just send us a bill and, every quarter, and we track it, and we have a pretty good handle on that. Again, costs of everything's going up, and our calls are going up. So, and again, the training is up, and as busy as we are, we're still keeping our people motivated, and they're going to calls and answering the call. We answered all 1,272 of those calls, all right, we didn't miss one. All right, out of the 268 EMS, 2,648 EMS responses, we covered all but 3, because we ran out of ambulances. All right, so those are impressive numbers. We used to give up 15 ambulance calls a month. People used to wait sometimes half an hour for the ambulance, 15 times a month, upwards of 2 or 3 years ago, and that isn't the case anymore, since we've made some adjustments in our operation. So, I feel our request was not out of line as far as requesting the amounts of money that we did, because I have to be able to look you guys in the face and say, we're safe and we're gonna be okay. And if I don't do that appropriately with my budget people, it's just not, I can't give you that look and that confidence. I give you the confidence right now, we're in good shape and we'll make it to the end of the year. But with the cuts that were proposed initially, the $200,000, I just wouldn't happen, so.
All right, next slide. Again, based on the slide deck, I know this is a department deck, a town deck. So KPIs, it's what you would expect for a fire and emergency response. Going to the next slide, I will dive into some of the things Andy just spoke about. But for the last 3 years, these are what the numbers look like graphically. So over the last 3 years, we're almost 70% average on call increase since 2020. Year over year, it's like 32% is like the average. So just echoing what Chief already said. Next couple slides, we break that down into the types of calls. So by fire, by manager incidents, you can see the type of calls that we're going there. Next one is EMS. Breakdown basically on the outcome of those calls. That's how they measure it a little bit differently. Again, some of the new tools we're putting in place will give us a little better breakdown of these things, but a good 2/3 of our calls are actual transports or actual taking care of our patient. The other stuff is a much smaller percentage of refusals, no patient, those sorts of things that we're not really transporting. Any comments on EMS? So you got?
A lot of public assists. We're getting a significant amount of calls for fall victims, people who just need assistance, and even with the assisted living facilities in town. The new one, not so much, but the pre-existing assisted living facility that we have in town seems to be calling us a lot to help them pick residents up off the floor in the middle of the night, just because they don't have the personnel and the staff to actually manage those patients. Because there's no nurse on staff, no actual medical certified providers or licensed providers on staff. So their default would be like a residence. They would give us a call automatically and, essentially help. We need the lifeline.
So if I recall from previous years' presentations, you can't build that, right? If you don't transport them to a facility, you can't even build, but you went to the location?
Well, we actually did in just over a year and a half ago, the state allowed us to start billing for non-treatments and non-transports, but they have to fit a certain criteria. So we did start exploring that opportunity and began having that become part of the process. But for our Medicare patients, Medicare doesn't cover it.
Which is 7 out of 10 of our patients?
Which is about 7 out of 10 of our patients. And to bill somebody hundreds of dollars to show up just to put them back into bed, I think we would all realize and understand that we could financially cripple somebody if we do that 2 or 3 times a month, or put them into collections and really hurt them. So we're working on a strategy to not cripple them financially, but still maintain that billing. Because if we bill one person, we have to bill everybody.
I'm just wondering if that's a conversation that maybe our first selectwoman could have with the facility, if they're understaffed. and
It's
can't-
not just the facility, it's people's,
Oh.
we go to there's a residence in town, that's one of our top 5 responders.
Yes.
We go there 15 times a month sometimes,
Really?
10 times a month, yeah.
And in terms of ALS and BLS and 7 out of 10 Medicare calls, if you were to bill a non-Medicare patient an ALS call, it would be X, and a Medicare patient is Y.
It's more like
Explain
H,
that.
it's not even close, it's more like that, yes.
So explain
To your
that.
point,
There are state rate that we can bill for a private insurance or private pay transport, treat and transport for those patients. Now, when we transport somebody who has private insurance, the insurance companies negotiate with billing providers and whatnot, and in most cases, we see probably about 50% to 3/4 of what the state rate is. And then when we start taking into consideration Medicare rates, which are about 3/4 to 50% of that rate, and then Medicaid will cut that down into 50%. So we're about $200 per Medicaid patient, transporting them by advanced life support, paramedic level transport.
So I have private insurance, so I could be like, you could bill me like $1,500. I'm
Yeah,
just in dollars versus,
Yep.
75 to 35, it's $2. So
Yeah. So
Medicare's 200, and let's say I have private insurance, I'm like 1,500.
off the top of my head, I believe the state
I'm not
rates are approximately $1,200 for the state set rate that we can maximum that we can charge,
Okay.
plus mileage. And then Medicare brings it down into, I believe, anywhere between $500 and $700. Medicaid is $270, and so it significantly drops.
It's a huge difference.
Now, a few years ago, I did actually about a year and a half ago, I worked it out to where it cost us. It takes us about 90 minutes to do a 911 call all the way around, whether it's basic level or paramedic level transport. The paramedic level transport, I believe, was what it actually physically cost us for supplies and man-hour, not taking into consideration fuel, insurances, and the
Wear and
other
tear.
wear and tear issues that we deal with. And that was around $130 of what it actually costs the service for that one call. And we take into consideration just this morning, at 2 o'clock in the morning, we were hit with 3 within 90 minutes of each other. So we have a robust system, which really works well, but we were able to get all 3 ambulances out to service all 3 of those residents. get
and
them
at one
taken
point,
care
we
of.
were without an ambulance here for a while,
And at one point, we were without an ambulance because of that.
hence our request
Understood.
down the road for another
Understood.
ambulance, yeah.
Okay, thank you for answering, I appreciate
And
that.
then
My
there's what
pleasure.
we get collect, then we have collections and what
Of
we
course,
actually
and
get.
then people pay, and then.
Yeah, I went to the hospital last year for kidney stones, and I have great insurance, I work for a municipality, so it was paid in full, okay, because I got the statement and everything. But if I was on Medicare, that is not the case, it would have been a $300
At least.
at least, not have been it, and, and instead of the $1,200 and whatever dollars, I paid in full, so. That's even with that, with all the people that don't pay, or our Medicare restrictions or whatever, we're still coming up with about $900,000 in billing revenue projected for next year, which 2 years ago, it was at $675,000. So due to some operational changes that we've made for signature compliance, good QA, completion of the charts, and really good documentation, as well as our increased call volume, all those 4 things put together have allowed us to increase our revenue $225,000 over a 2-year time, which is pretty impressive for anybody to do that. So.
And if I may piggyback off of that, the state mandated minimum par level for supplies, we have tied back you know, because if you only have the bare minimum on the ambulance, we wouldn't be able to service every type of call that they would expect. So, you know, say we would carry previously 6 oxygen masks and 6 different types, or 6 versions of diabetic medication, rescue medication. We have scaled that back a little bit so we can take care of a second patient, maybe not necessarily a third patient, but with, you know, statistically, we don't necessarily see those patients back to back to back,
Got it.
but we would see them back to back on occasions, and so we're rolling the dice, but we're trying to do it responsibly.
Okay. Thank you.
There's another call, yeah, ambulance call. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of our big, so the bottom line is, almost half of our operations budget comes from billing. So the town we're asking for 800 and, what is it, 884. And we're projecting $900,000 for Inco. So more than half of our operations, just a little bit more, comes from EMS billing. So
Right.
that's a pretty good deal, you know, as far as our staffing levels and what we have for the cost for the town. It's pretty good. New Fairfield right now is paying $1 million for one ambulance 24 hours a day, not including billing or anything else. $1 million. That's their cost. And we're doing 2 ambulances 24 hours a day with an on-call paramedic for $880,000.
I have a question. So yes, I recognize the billing revenue went up to 900, so $214,000 delta. But I see that the personnel service went up much more than that. So 473. Can you just describe like what's driving that?
It's year 4 of our price increase to get. Did you guys see the article in the paper about EMS? About all the problems Saturday about all the problems in the region.
I saw if I didn't get a chance.
Okay, you should read it because
Yeah.
guess what town out of all the towns isn't mentioned? Brookfield, because they all had problems with retaining and keeping staff. All right, we don't have that problem. All right, our staff stayed with us when we were paying them way below our rates that we should have been, and we worked with Steve Dunn and we built up a thing, and Glenn, and we built up a 4-year to get them up instead of jumping getting it really high. They stood with us and we got them up. This was the last year of our big jump. And insurance, our costs as of May 7th. We're no longer using our staffing agency. We were spending a lot of money with them, and we were able to, at a slightly reduced cost, I think we saved $8,000 I think in the long run. They're working directly for the fire company. So long-term savings we're going to see are big, because the insurance rate that he wanted to propose for us was astronomical.
So if they're working for the fire company, who's because I can if the town is controlling funding this situation, who makes the calls on the salaries and stuff like that? Because I'm just thinking in my head, like I can just see that be a conflict of interest, could be a conflict of interest, right? Because it's taxpayer money, right? That's funding this operation, but who's making the calls in every other scenario under town? The Board of Finance or the First Selectman make the decision. Like,
Our board of directors do that, and they have been for 23 years. We've controlled the wages that the staff makes for the last 23 years. That's how we do our budget. When we come to you guys and say, look, they're getting a 2% increase or they're getting a 5% increase, this is why, we've done that. The board of directors does that.
And would there be more transparency though than working for the town? Would there be something?
They're not working for the town.
I understood that, working for
Yeah.
the fire company, but
Yeah.
it is taxpayer money funding that, so.
It's been taxpayer money funding it
Yes.
through Vintech, through that
Understood,
third
but
party.
that's a contract, right? So this
Yeah.
is different, they're not working for the fire company?
Yeah.
So the question is, who kind of makes that call? I'm just thinking, I'm not saying that anybody would ever take advantage here.
No,
There-
the board-
that to me is high risk audit.
The
Right?
board of directors will like they do. We do our budget. We make our presentation, and we come to you and we say, "Hey, look, we break the budget down, and this is an insurance increase. This is a 2.5% increase for wages. This is an overtime line. It'll all be broken down like it has been."
There's 11 people that sit on the board, and when this proposal came across, we sat down and it was quite a packet, probably 75, 100 pages.
Yeah.
And we went through and looked it over and broke it all down. And
Yeah.
it has it right down to each employee, how much they're making, how much their increases would be. And the 11 of us made that decision.
And that wouldn't be something that the board of directors, I mean, I know you can't speak on, they wouldn't share with like the first selectwoman and the board of finance?
Of course you would. I mean, when we have our wages and stuff, absolutely. When it comes to the budget, this is,
I know this is for future years.
Absolutely. No, first of all, anything Marcia's great, because anything she asks for, like, we get, they'll break it down by what the wages are, and we're still like $3 to $4 under.
Yeah, we're still.
Well, actually, if you take into consideration what we're working out with the Vintech fees plus overtime and on-call, we're actually about $50,000 less because we built in an $81,000 overtime budget.
But I'm saying our hourly wages are about $3 or $4 an hour.
About $3 or $4 an hour.
We're still a little under, but our staff is really loyal. Some of them have been here with us for 20 years, and they like the working conditions. They love this town. So we've given them our word. Look, we'll get you there. It's just not going to come overnight, and that's why it took us 4 years. We were like $8 and $10 behind 4 years ago. So we got it up to a pretty respectable level. Next year we'll have to reevaluate it. And we'll probably come to you guys in November and say, look, this is what we're thinking. There's key economic drivers, obviously. All that. We'll drive all that, and that'll be a decision we'll make together. And that's part of the deal.
Thank you.
I have a different question for Lynn, and this might be a question for Marcia, but all of the other municipal buildings, the utilities are covered under the buildings and not under each organization. You guys, fire and ambulance are the only ones in town now. Like library utilities have been pulled into the town. Is there a reason why we haven't done that on your budget also?
If you guys want to pay the power bill, by all means.
It's always just been, and we've spoken to Marcia about that, it's always just how it's been, which is maybe not the answer. And it's always, you guys cut us a check and everything goes to where it goes. We are going to the electricity right now. We can't tie into yours because you guys are on a different rate, and that's what I was talking to before.
Yep.
So when that reopens for the town buildings to renegotiate, we will move over at that point. But that's 2 years off, I believe it was.
Yeah.
It was like 18 months, Jules said.
And if I can comment.
I don't see a problem with doing that. For something like fuel or electricity that, because as Andy was talking earlier, I'm thinking, why are we going through the exercise of billing them? We're just paying it anyway.
Yeah.
But there are some nuances. For example, we tried it a few years ago with insurance. And although we could insure the buildings, since we didn't own the vehicles, we couldn't insure them. But a lot of the other things, we're paying 100%. We might as well.
I have no problem with that. We can figure out a solution to that down the road.
Yeah.
If we want to do that for next year, or we know that wherever we can, I have no problem with that. 'Cause that would take that line and that would reduce our budget, and it would put it on you guys. And
Yeah. And if I can make a quick comment, regarding employees of the fire company versus actually employees of the town, when we initially discussed it, it wasn't a preferred way of doing it because it would be town employees in fire company vehicles and working out of a fire company building. So we went through and found the best cost, the best bang for our buck process to make this move forward and still do it for $8,000 less than what we were submitting for a budget. So it's took a lot of man hours and struggles to actually make this happen.
And when we met with Fern and Marcia a couple years ago, and then recently, they wanted anything that we could do to avoid them being municipal employees was the move. And we did that. We're actually, instead of, I was getting your pension plan and benefits and a lot of things, they helped us out, figure out a lot of things, and we met with some agencies to help us, get the insurance and to do some things and get access to certain things. And we figured the town cost, it was probably another $500,000, 400, 300, whatever it was definitely more than what we're doing now, if they were working for the town. And there was the fear of union workers and things like that, and I understand that. So we were able to do this. Most of our guys are part-time, and they're already union firefighters, or they work somewhere else, and that's why they and they don't want to leave. They stay here and they do their things. We have like the best of both worlds, and that's why we weren't in the paper on Sunday when people were having all the problems, which was really good. So this is a big step for us, and the cost-saving measures going forward, I think, are going to be. I'm already seeing them. Years ago, up to about 3 years ago, we had a rotating group of about 50, 60 people come to the door using our equipment. They didn't give a hoot about our equipment, all right? They didn't care about it. They just were here from a staffing agency. And if you can imagine having police officers like that, I haven't imagined 50 cops coming through here where you really need, it wasn't working out. This model that we have now, that we have the same 24 people that work for us, our maintenance costs have gone down, the equipment's, our billing revenue's gone up because people just wouldn't get signatures, they didn't care, there was no accountability. There's buy-in here. So what we've done is really made a better service. And these people love Brookfield, so our employees, and they know Brookfield, they know Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Jones, and they know where the tractor barn is, and things like that, local landmarks. It's a big help for us, and I've seen a huge improvement in our service, or delivery of service.
Thank you.
I think on this slide, we've covered a lot of the hardships we face or the challenges we're facing. I think the only new highlight here really is, the fire department ourselves, we do invest in the company ourselves. So last year, $488,000 of our own money went back into the department. So after the billing revenue, that was $366 that came out of our Vanguard to cover, our expenses that weren't covered by the town. And then it's just, as mentioned with EMS, we're outgrowing the space. So I know in the Capitol, we talked about doing something with the center expansion over the next couple of years. We need to do something for the staff that we have in there now. So it's, right now, they said we have good morale with the staff there. We want to keep it that way, but they are, luckily they love us, so we're hanging out. But it's something we need to take care of. Also take care of equipment. Now we got equipment in the wintertime sitting outside in the elements. One of the reasons we're not replacing equipment, every 10 years is we keep it indoors, we keep it washed and stuff.
After it snows or after it goes out, we have a machine, we go underneath all of them, we try to keep, that's why we're able to, if you guys were at the meeting with Glenn, we were able to confidently tell them that, look, we don't need to replace that piece of equipment from 1999, the tanker. We're going to be able to just do some work on it because we took good care of it. I mean, a truck that's 25 years old pretty soon, I could buy a new one and replace it, no problem, but we're not going to do that. And the same thing with the rescue truck, because we've taken good care of it. And there's buy-in. Again, that $488,000 that we invested into the fire company and into the town is money that the town didn't have to spend. And we pride ourselves in that. And we work really hard, besides giving the free labor and the man hours, raising funds and offsetting the cost of our operation. So when we come here and we ask for stuff, and that we're usually pretty pushed out to the limit of what we can spend, and knowing that we have things coming up in the future to pay for. I have a third of a fire truck that we're going to share paying for coming in August. So that's coming up. 2025 we're going to pay off engine 1, which is a $750,000 purchase for us, which was a big deal. So again, the money that once everyone realized, and people think that you guys fully fund us, and you don't. You subsidize our operation, and we subsidize the operation, and together we make this really good thing, which is a really unique system that we have around here. And I don't want to do anything to hurt that, because we really have a good rapport with everybody, and we have a lot of good thinking and a lot of forward stuff and a lot of openness between everybody, and I think it makes a big difference.
So the goals, we got to be able to grow with the town. We're building a lot of 4-story buildings down by centers, whatnot of town. So the Four Corners, that's all going to be increased demand on our call volume and things like that. So we need to be prepared for it. We already mentioned replacing NA5 and making sure it's in service for the town. And then, we got the compliance issues that we need to kind of keep up on what we're mandated to do and keep with a high standard that we want for our staff. And then, now with the EMS, we want to really kind of make sure that we're harboring that relationship and keeping those relationships going. A lot of the volunteers go on all those EMS calls, and they're helping them through those calls, and they really appreciate that. And that has a lot to do with the insourcing model and why they are doing it cheaper in order to get it somewhere else. It's a win. And if you like where you're working every day, if you like working in the town. Next slide. Just coming back in the budget with the capital items, that was our list of capital items that we were looking for. Just something for the future. Keep in mind the ambulance and the center firehouse expansion that we need to do. Next slide. This is the last one. Just some idea, I think we talked about some of this, but I think the insurance is a good area where we could probably consolidate in some of the bills. But as the town's growing, it would be kind of prudent to think about tax districts and stuff like that, because most of the money that we collect from donations is coming from the private residents. Very little, only 7% is coming from the commercial zones. So that there's probably opportunity there. We do need, whether or not you want the tower or whatnot, we do need to make sure we can communicate when we're on calls. So don't really care. Andy said, don't really care if it's 5G, 4G, 3G. We need to be able to communicate.
I was honest.
We need a J.
They were trying to bait me. I don't care. I want to
We
need
need
a
a
tower.
G.
And
Yeah.
we've all been working really hard
Care
at
what
tower.
G it is, you just need a tower.
Yeah.
We just need that G.
And then, we do, for our volunteers do a lot. If there's something performance-based that we can do with those stipends to make sure, we keep our volunteers. And, I can speak for myself. I don't do this for the stipend, but it's nice to know the town appreciates what we're doing by giving us the good equipment, by having us have the proper, tools that we need for our trade, but also, a little bit does make me feel appreciated.
The minute somebody walks in the door, it costs them. It costs them time. It costs them money. Okay, clothing. I mean, you ruin clothing. It happens. Fuel's a big thing. We have guys go on 3, 4, 5, 6, 700 calls a year. It's a gallon of fuel every call. I mean, that's the stipend for $1,500 that gets taxed. Isn't cutting it. I mean, it's a nice gesture, but that's something we need to look at down the road to retain people. All right, the day I have to come in here, knock on the door, and say, I got to hire 8 people to shift, 4 shifts, and I need some 36 people to come in here. You guys are going to be like, get out the door, But we're trying to avoid that. We're trying to keep our volunteers happy, well-funded, as far as our equipment and apparatus, and well-trained and disciplined and motivated. They all do it for the right reasons because we all live here and we all don't want to pay taxes that are going to be crazy. So we know that by doing this, number one, we're helping our neighbors, but number two, we know the reality is that it's keeping our taxes down.
Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, it's 8.5 FTEs that the volunteers are doing the work of. So that would cost you a lot more to have 8 full-time firemen in town.
And as for EMS, we're going to stick with the process that I know last year we were talking about this current budget year that we're in, that we were going to add that third paramedic 40 hours a week. Well, we were thinking outside of the box, and instead of that third paramedic 40 hours a week, we put them on call from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. 7 days a week, and we were able to stretch that dollar and get better service, get better coverage.
It's been tremendous.
And it's working. Myself, I cover 4 on-call shifts a week on top of my clinical shifts that I work. Our captain, Fraser Weir, does 4 on-call shifts a week on top of his clinical shifts. And James Whiteside, another captain, he does 3 on-call shifts. He doesn't live in town, he lives out in Cornwall. So he actually stays and remains on call for 3 additional shifts. So there's buy-in in the process. So we are thinking outside of the box, and even when it comes to EMS training, we've taken in a lot of the police department, police officers' EMS training. I'm a post certified instructor, so that I can sign them off so they get credit in their recertification every year or every other year. So we're
and we've been absorbing the cost.
And we've been absorbing the cost. So I think we're doing a darn good job of doing our part to try to help and put our foot in the race.
Yeah, I mean, and our numbers are right on track for a little ahead, both for last year, right?
Yeah.
Ahead
We're a little ahead. I believe we're about 20 calls higher year to date
than we were
and the
last
fire
fire department's the same. We were up
Like 25.
25 calls. So I mean, that doesn't seem like a lot, but over 2.5 months, it's call here, call there. It's steady increase. It's not a drastic one like we saw last year, but it's still increasing. So again, everything's going up. We did meet with the selectmen. They restored fully the ambulance. They did ask if we can kind of meet them halfway with the fire department with 60,000. We're gonna try, but when I come back here next year, it's gonna be 60 or 90,000. So it's just gonna kick it down the road. I can't eat that 30,000 for 5 years. If this is 1 year and then next year, you guys understand that when I come here, you don't say, well, this is a crazy increase. Well, last year we ate, 30 grand. And the year before we ate a bunch too, and it just adds up to our operations. It takes out. So it's up to you guys. But when I come to you next year and I say, look, last year we're short 30, and then it's gonna just, as financial people, I don't have to tell you, it snowballs. So.
I'll make a Glenn speech and say that the partnership's been great, and meeting us halfway on that is helpful, and what does he say? We fund you, you protect us, and I think that the conversations that we've had over the last 5 years over vehicles and reserves and sharing has been great, so I don't see any reason why that would continue. This $30,000 is actually a big help.
I'm impressed with how
Then-
well everybody works
Then
together.
here's the deal, you got the 30,000, we'll find it. Just next year, when we come back, I just need a little more rhythm with that, because it just will not be sustainable for me long-term to be that behind, because it's, you guys know what's going up, everything's going up.
And we
Price
don't
of
have any
steel.
more ARPA.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and you guys were very generous to us with our, so that did not go unnoticed, and the equipment, we've got people out of cars with that ARPA stuff, we've saved the CPR machine was in my truck for 3 days before it was on somebody's body. 3 days before it was on somebody's body at an accident. So the stuff that you guys have, approved through ARPA is all gotten put to work. So that investment is felt townwide.
Can I ask, so with all the development that's coming downtown, it seems like we're getting another burst of it, is your equipment, like, are the building, the designs still going to fit the equipment that we have? Do we foresee any changes in?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. We bought, in 2015, we bought that smaller ladder truck. And the reason we bought that is we can go behind buildings,
Okay.
and a lot of these plans came 8-10 years ago, so we saw this coming. So what we did was we planned ahead, we knew it was gonna be, we've had some of them come, we're in good shape. It's just the amount of calls, and it's just the wear and tear on the stuff, that's in the fuel.
And I think some of that emergency study that we have going on is gonna be enlightening.
Speaking of, oh, sorry, go ahead.
And that's just something that when the study comes out, I'm not gonna come here with it and go to Tara and you guys say, oh, look, the study said, no, we're gonna work together and say, look, guys, let's be realistic. I live here, we pay, let's look at this thing and let's pick things together that we really need and stuff that is our luxuries, that you just, it's a study. It's just gonna guide us to where, for the last 20 years, I kind of winged it here, and that's why we wanted to study, because we're looking at the town grow, like, we did it with the ambulance hours. Now, we've never been wrong, really. We've kind of done it the right way. It's usually a collaborative effort between everybody. But to have a third party come and look at things and kick the tires, it's really good.
Okay, so I feel like I'm gonna have fun. I think I had a moment where I got lost. 100% honest here, which should not shock anyone at this table. So, back to Ryan's question with the personnel service. It went up like basically 200,000, right?
Yep.
And that is because of the contract with Vintech being
Yeah,
done. Okay.
yeah.
So my question is Vintech is out in
May.
and the fire EMS study is due in April?
Yeah.
So I guess my question would be is why, just my
Yep.
curious question, why put them into the personnel service and increase the wages now prior to the fire EMS study coming out and make promises? Not that I'm sure the fire and EMS study will say everything that you're telling me, but it's a little late, it's in the budget, and you've already told them. So
Our contract's terminated, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it wasn't
this
one
has
of those
been-
things,
this
I
is-
was just trying to see,
this
is
has
it
been a-
better to like wait for
Yeah.
that study before promising stuff?
that
and
study
that's
just-
a huge jump
That's
in the line.
really not gonna do too much with that end of things, as far as I know.
I believe he had an 8% increase over what we asked for in addition.
Yeah, it was
to-
gonna
so
be-
what
that's
the
half.
budget? What was that?
8.5.
8.5%. What we had requested on the budget, he was looking for 8.5
Over.
more than what we
If
had
we
put in.
had-
So
Yes.
we are
If
saving.
We are
Stay
saving a
with Vintech,
substantial amount of money.
Got it.
And this
Okay.
has been a
Understood.
work in progress for a while.
Yeah, we met with
Understood.
Marcia and
Probably
Fern.
2.5 years,
And we
right?
did a presentation, like,
Yes.
look, we can't continue this model, the staffing, what they're making per hour on us, it's a lot of money. And we were able to refocus that and bring that number down, all right, it probably would have been another $100,000 on that staffing,
Just wasn't sure if it was
amounts.
like
No, this was a,
before the
this,
horse kind
yeah,
of
no, this was a
moment.
long, this was a
That's
long
why I
time
got
coming.
lost.
This was the last phase of our kind of operational changes, where we did it. EMS staffing agencies are having issues. I really don't want to go into
No,
a
it's
public
fine.
forum, but it was time for us to, and not get held out high and dry, let's leave it at that.
So I know we're in great shape,
Yeah.
everybody wants to be here. What happens if there's a run on people, we have a couple people leave? Are we confident that we would be able to hire full-time EMS staff? Are you comfortable?
Yes, we only have 10 full-timers?
We have 10
Or
full-timers,
even
Yeah.
part-timers?
and I have 13 part-time per diem people. And I have people who have been for 2 years asking to come and work here because it's the culture. you know, the culture, the support from the town, the support from the community, the support from the fire company. I'd be
Wayne
hap-
beating people off with a stick.
I would be happy to meet with any of you at any point in time to go over what our mindset on being a responsible employer is in an EMS agency. And I've had the opportunity to be a manager for American Medical Response. I've managed for another service for a hospital here, for another private service, and I've managed for American Medical Response in Ohio, and it really has a lot to do with the people and having the connection to be able to relate and support them the best we can. And if it means, you know, like part of my thing is operationally, as the deputy chief, I'm still expected to work. I hold myself to this, that I work weekends and holidays. Because I can't expect the people that I work with to work weekends and holidays if I'm not willing to do it myself. And I think it's that mindset of support that kind of helps them
Yeah.
ride along in the boat, so to speak.
And we also have maintained a relationship with a staffing agency that's willing to hold us up per diem, that if that happens, we
So you
have
get back, perfect.
backfill. And again, like the event that that'll happen,
No,
we
it's
have
good- it's good to have, you know,
a different
it's-
staffing
yeah,
agency,
exactly.
yep, absolutely.
The Department of the Redundancy Department.
Yes, yes. And I feel confident that no matter what, the ambulances will be staffed, they'll be rolling out the door with highly skilled, compassionate providers. Those are my, where I set the bar. I have a very high bar, especially for EMS. The people that work with us, they don't work for us, that's our mindset, they work with us, all right, are some of the best providers in Western Connecticut. I had the staffing agency come in a month ago into our ambulance garage. Chief and I were having a meeting, and he said, "You took all the good EMTs and paramedics." And I'm like, "I know." All right, and that's okay. You know why? Because the most important people in my life and in our lives live here. Okay, so I don't want some schmo from out of town who doesn't care about us and doesn't know anything coming to your house and like, what's wrong? No, I want somebody that really does that, and that's what we've done. So this was the last piece. When we told the employees, look, you're going to end up working for us directly. Just give us some time. And it took us about 3 years, 2.5 years, to get it to where we are, and a lot of meetings, and this was the final piece. And now with the rate increase that we were going to see, it was the time to pull the trigger. We were like, all right, let's go. It's done.
I mean, we were looking at all aspects, and we were originally looking at working for the fire company with town benefits, and we found that was not able to happen throughout our conversations with Vern and Marcia. And I really appreciate the honesty, and all that did was just shift our focus to actually having a professional payroll and human resource company to manage our payroll, so everything integrates with QuickBooks and everything is data-based. There's no, the only personal interaction with that would be the human resource professionals that would be with the service that we're going to utilize. That is all-inclusive, that includes payroll, scheduling, timekeeping, and human resource support.
End of the year, we come budget time, we'll give you the whole stack of everything. You'll get the reports, you'll get it'll be easy. We're able to pop it to you guys. You guys will know it's what the cost is. We won't have the overhead that the staffing agency has, and that's what we've been paying. And that for a while was okay, but that gap has gotten much larger, and it's not unsustainable.
And they're looking to make money.
Sure.
Oh,
And we're
exactly.
not. Yeah.
Nonprofit.
Yeah. We're not looking to make money. We're looking to provide a good service, and that way we all can look at these numbers and sit down and, all right, what are we comfortable with the bill? And we can do it together. What are we comfortable forecasting the billing revenue at? Because that's a driver, right? And then what's it going to cost with the raises that we're proposing and everything else? And then that's the gap. And we can move things around, but we can just do it together.
I was just asking for transparency.
I'm all about it, dude.
Absolutely.
I'm all about it. Yeah, we got nothing to hide.
I'm sorry it's going to take more time.
Yeah, it's going to be, but you know what, the bottom line is, once you look at the numbers, we can all do it together. Say, you know what, we arbitrarily picked the billing revenue numbers because we always want to be conservative a little bit, because I don't ever want to come back here and say, we screwed up. We have never come back here to ask for money like that, and I don't plan on ever doing that. And the merrier to be involved with those conversations. I'm all about it.
So this is Marcia. Can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
We had talked about, the last we talked, we did talk about the benefits and stuff. I had thought that we should wait until after the study comes out before we made a permanent, even if it cost a little bit more, before we made a permanent move. But I hear you've gone ahead and done that. We're just buying and working into a scheduling and payroll program for the police. If we're going to do that, maybe we should talk about sharing that as well.
If I know we had spoken about having the payroll program, I didn't realize you were doing that with the police, and I mean, I think that would have been really helpful probably about 30 days ago. But we have committed to this service called iSolved. And we were connected through our local healthcare management group out of Glastonbury that came highly recommended through other ambulance services in the town. I believe Granby was the first one who did it, who moved forward in this same process. So we've already committed, but I'd certainly be looking, I'd be interested in looking at it going forward in the future when that commitment is completed.
There were also some other driving factors that expedited this process, which I don't feel comfortable talking about in a public meeting. So we had the best interest of the fire company at heart and the town.
How long is the commitment?
2 years for the first initial. And it's, I mean, the payroll and HR software for 25 employees is $325 a month. So it is minuscule in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
I mean, I looked at ADP to do that as well, and that was over $11,000 per year. And it's 40, I believe, just a quick math on the top of my head, was $4,900 for the 325 for the year. And
So this is just software, it's not an outsourcing HR function?
it
Is an outsourcing.
It is an
That's what I was
outsourcing
gonna
HR
say.
function as well to maintain professional compliance as well. So we have, mind you, we already have our employee manual drafted. They're going to take it, tweak it, make sure that we are 100% in compliance. And they are going to be that person, those folks that we will be able to reach out directly should there be an employment issue. We can have a true human resource generalist professional be able to take care of that without me picking up the phone and saying, "Hi, Fern," and getting that taken care of. And I think the bang for the buck, the review of the reviews on the companies, the 6 different services that I reached out that use this service are extremely happy with it.
And they probably, do you also group insurance with that? Because I know a lot of companies do that, that's how they get great insurance rates.
Yeah.
It's almost a free service, because if you went out and did your own insurance, you would be paying so much more. But by doing that, you save a lot more money.
By going out and doing our own insurance, it would actually cost us about $75,000 more annually if we insured everybody. And it was actually the insurance broker through Glastonbury, Healthcare Resource Group, I believe is the name, HGR, who had recommended iSolved to us.
And the benefits that our employees were getting through our staffing agency were abysmal. We had people making less than $200 a week full time after paying for benefits for their families and stuff. And they were awful. They were catastrophic benefits. They were not medical benefits. So we're now able to make that better at a reduced cost and all the way around. It's just a win. It took a long time to do, and we were planning to do it July 1st, but some things have come up, and it was time to make it happen.
And I just have a quick question. It's in the EMS on the budget worksheet. Under equipment expenses, equipment service, it's like 6502 and line 6503. They're just blank across our information, but when you go back in the more detailed information, you did ask for things there. So I'm just wondering why those lines are blank.
She's looking up, hold on.
I think we ended up merging stuff, but.
Yeah, I didn't know if they got moved to a different line item or what happened.
What
with
are
them.
we, well, I'm sorry, what
So in
numbers were they?
6502, you had $16,851.50 for the striker maintenance contract, defib maintenance, etc., Samsara monitoring system.
I believe we moved all of that, and I believe there was a note, I just have to find, just give me a second here, where we moved stuff to. Sorry, I didn't bring my reading glasses, so it's making life, everybody's ripping them out, thanks. Thanks, Wayne.
This is the budget worksheet. It's 310. I just wanna make sure that, you know, you moved it somewhere else so we're not forgetting those maintenance things. We'd like
We
your,
put that, I believe.
Contract.
Where did we move that? I thought we had made a note on there as to where we moved it, and that's why. This thing is not in there.
and then the one right under that equipment repair for 2,900 non-warranty service, stair chair is no longer covered. Do that. Remind you where you put it.
Could be equipment expense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
but I
are,
can even see equipment repair on
I think it's
this new one, that's why she said it.
2 of the 3 stair chairs that we have are no longer covered because they're greater than 12 years old.
So make sure that you're getting your equipment serviced and repaired.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, no, we appreciate it.
Absolutely.
We want you to be safe, we want the equipment to work when you need it.
And we really want you to be safe if you're on
Of
it.
course.
Sorry, I don't mean to be. Computer technology, I believe, is where. No, that's not where Sam Sarah went to.
IT.
That would have been computer technology. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, a lot of times when something's zeroed out, it just got moved, but I don't see where it moved.
6502 is what we're looking at, right?
Right, 6502 and 6503.
And both of those should be in there. And they're not on the.
29, what's that, 65?
6503 was 2,900. And 65.
I don't know why those are zeroed out, because that should be there.
Yeah, and 6502 should be $16,851.50, and I'm like,
Let me just,
I don't
let me
see
just look at an
logically-
earlier version and make sure.
there's nothing else like equipment service and repair.
So the copy I have is also zeroed out. It's version 5 of your EMS budget.
That's what I have.
Yeah, I'm running back through the earlier ones just to see. Yeah, it's zeroed out. What did? Oh, this is where I need to. I honestly don't know why they're zeroed out.
It's gotta be somewhere else, right?
Yeah, but those are big chunks, so I don't know where we moved them to. I have to go back and do a little research because I'm not sure why those are zeroed out.
Okay, I just didn't want it to get lost. Or
No, I appreciate it. That's
And
I know on the fire side we moved things to. Let's just look on the fire one. I know we moved stuff to like operational technology. So let me just look and see if they're just to refresh my
And
memory on that one.
it looks like you may have zeroed it out before because I show 0 for 22 actual, 0 for 23 budget, and 0 for 24 budget.
right.
Repair. It's been zero. We haven't budgeted it. In this current budget year, it's not budgeted. So I'm thinking we must have pulled it out at some point. And I'm just not sure. Like I said, I have to go back and look at notes and Samsara went into, Samsara I thought went into operational technologies. Or it should have gone into operational technologies. Cause that is, cause that was the whole thing that it was computer based. Let me talk with my hand now. Operational technology.
So what's the status of that equipment? Are you missing it? It's not functional? You don't have it anymore? What's the deal?
No, we still have it.
Wait,
No.
what is up with these ones?
They're,
That's not helping.
Well, they're only 1.25 pop.
That's even higher than what I need, I just can't, let me just make it
They
bigger.
don't make reading glasses lower than 1.
Yes, they do, because mine are 0.75.
Ooh. Amazon, huh?
No,
we
I
still
paid a
have
lot of
the
money for
equipment.
those.
So can they wait till next year?
It is
No.
still, well, it's service contracts. These are stuff to make sure that they're inspected and they're maintained and serviced for that 2,900. They are no longer covered under an operational warranty. So, an extended warrant service contract.
Is it because there's new equipment?
The 3 of the 4 stair, two of the 3 stair chairs that we have are greater than 12 years old. And they've reached their limit. They've reached their usable lifespan according to the manufacturer. However, based on recommendations of their service tech, said they're still obviously usable, but they should be under a preventative maintenance contract for at least inspection and service that doesn't include any sort of replacement parts. We would have to pay separate for that. Does that make sense?
So what do you need exactly? You need new equipment with new contracts or new contract
It's,
warranty? I mean.
well, I don't know, I actually don't know why that's out of the spreadsheet itself.
It should be in the spreadsheet, it looks like it didn't carry over to the spreadsheet. So, I mean, it's $20,000 and it's not in there and we're already covering, we're gonna have to cover it.
Let it be clear that the equipment is not unsafe, and our plan on replacing items like the stair chair, the stretchers, and the power loads, instead of replacing them off-cycle and moving them from one old ambulance to a new old ambulance, trying to straighten out our replacement plan when we purchase a new ambulance, it'll get a new stretcher, a new stair chair, and the new power load, so that we're not moving them from one old ambulance to a new and then having to pull them out, retrofit a new piece of equipment into it, and cost even more money. So that's why we still have those 2 pieces on there, and when we do replace eventually 18-2, which is the second newest ambulance, and then the oldest ambulance, those will get a new stair chair and stretcher. But they are still safe, they just need a contract that actually shows the inspections and maintenance, but not necessarily warranty coverage for replacement parts.
We're gonna have to absorb that because it's not in the budget.
We'll work it out. Teamwork.
There you go.
Makes dream work.
That's right.
You just wanted to get it out there.
That's easy.
One additional question, the training costs went up quite a bit. I'm assuming that's because we're bringing people in-house, we gotta pay.
Yes.
Yes.
Mandated training.
And we have a very robust training program. We are the premier for the fire and EMS is catching right on, so.
And if you
This
drive
is
by
where
the center
people come.
firehouse, it says EMT class sign up front. They're teaching EMT class, they're doing advanced training, they're doing all sorts of things. We're involved in helping out the EMT class in the high school, which is the first time that they've done it last year, second year they've done it. We're helping them out, we give them equipment and whatnot.
Do you have here at town hall?
And we just, did it yesterday at town hall.
Yeah.
Thank you for your email, by the way.
So our EMS service is becoming an all encompassing to help everyone around town. Wayne does the defibrillators in the buildings here, and anything we can do EMS related, we're kind of streamlining to our EMS division, and it's worked really well. We're working with the police department again with training, we're getting their costs down, and I think we're going to down the road do an equipment swap with them. Be the ones providing the medical equipment when they need it and stuff to keep the costs down. That's still in talks, but those are the things we're looking at, and I think we're doing a pretty good job.
You've been providing training for the scouts
Yeah,
in
yeah.
a couple of weeks.
Anything we can do.
That's awesome.
To answer your question about development in town, every time I see a shovel going to ground, I cringe because it's just going to be more times I got to come here, look at you guys, and you guys look at me like, ugh. But no, you guys have been supportive, and I know we've all been on the same page that our little small town now has some big city problems.
20 Station Road just passed.
Yep. That'll be another address when we come and you say, hey, Andy, what are the top 10 places we go? A couple years, it'll be 20 Station Road, 7.
It's all concentrated.
What are the new buildings on Station Road? There's 7 stations, we're in Richard's Ice Cream, the 2 behind it, what are the addresses? It's
15 and 19.
15 and 19, those will be ones, I mean, there's just, anywhere
30,
you
40, 50.
put, anywhere you put a lot of people, it just, you know, it just is what it is.
Is 20 Station gonna be the all residential where the, no?
Mixed occupancy.
Well, the zoning regulation requires commercial on the first floor. If this project moves forward, he's gonna try to get a variance. He may or may not get it out of ZBA. The zoning spec is for commercial on the first floor.
The one up by the barnyard's 4 stories tall in the back along the Greenway. It's 4 stories tall. So luckily they were very good. We met with them and we have an access way to get to the back because I don't have ground ladders big enough to pull people out of windows on the 4th floor in the back there. I just don't. So I can get my truck back there, which is pretty cool.
Do they want to fund a new fire truck?
Hey, we're good. I told Glenn we don't need a new one until 2032, so he's pretty happy. You know, we got to work on something.
Ask
but
Patterson, New York about that and when they moved Watchtower in there.
yeah.
They no longer have control of their fire department.
So,
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Awesome.
everybody.
Thank you very
Appreciate your
much.
time.
Yeah, probably thanks for everything you do.
Letters, your email.
I got them. Second time.
You know,
It's okay.
cut and paste. All good.
Thank you.
You got it.
I gotta get that done.
Take care. Thank you
See ya.
Thanks
Have a great evening.
so much.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Do we want to go through operating from where we left off last night?
Yeah, we
think so.
stopped at information at
And then go back to the open items afterwards? You okay?
I think I like that.
Yeah, is our goal tonight to finalize with a motion, or are we gonna come back? Let's set the stage.
Glenn said he completely trusts us,
Okay.
but I can tell you he is definitely MIA via text, because I texted him and I said, "You good?" and have not heard anything
Yeah,
for a
no,
The
couple
problem
hours.
is if he's out tomorrow, we both of us can't.
Right.
Well, so I
Yeah.
threw
Unless he
another,
calls
so what
in.
I did was I asked for another special meeting tomorrow. And I do have that on the schedule. If for some reason, and I know you guys can't attend, but and Glenn, if he was more feeling better,
Yeah.
if we needed to, you guys were good, but there was spillover, there were questions, I just wanted to cover all of our bases, but Glenn's message was, you trust.
All right, so let's try to finish up.
That's what we think we should do. There's 5 of us here versus 4 of us tomorrow night, so.
Well, 3.5.
They're straight on numbers.
Marcia, can you pull up the spreadsheet where we left off?
All right, I am there. Dan, can you put it on the screen?
Thank you.
Oh.
Oh,
you
Right on cue.
Stubborn, let
Right
me
on
switch
cue.
that back over. Command system, duplicate. Now they can see you.
You guys finish up our key lesson, right?
So I think we left off on IT.
That's correct.
So, yeah, we had some discussion about the IT part-time position. Some more thought that's gone into it would be, not knowing if hiring a part-time person or potentially using an outside service to cover some of the gaps would be the better solution, which leaves us in the situation if we were to do something, if we were to have that option out there, which line item would it go in? Would it be outside, purchase professional services, or would it be non-union wages?
Or seasonal sporadic.
Or seasonal sporadic. So, I don't know what, everybody's had some time to sleep on it, think about it, what some other thoughts are at the table for how to address this issue.
So, you want me to? Okay, so one of my ideas was, let me see if I can have this up. Looks so good when you're, and then you're, so I was kind of like trying to visualize in my mind what I thought, and I went back to 2020, 2021, when we had a 2-person IT department, right? So I was sitting there thinking, okay, well, had we had still a two-person IT department, we maybe would be up around, I don't know, 130, 140 by this time had we continued on that two-person IT department. Just going across looking at non-union wages and sporadic and whatever. So I thought in my head, I left the table feeling like there wasn't really a clear definition of exactly what we needed. Whether it was a full-time or a part-time, or we just didn't have a plan. So I thought to myself, okay, well, if we still had a two-person IT department, and what if we put what, like got added back in 37,000, so what if I just to round off easy math, as Glenn would say, napkin math, what if I put 40,000 into a contingency and then have Dan come back in 6 months with a plan and say, okay, so I could hire a semi-retired, very, very smart, fully trained IT guy for $50 an hour for 15 hours a week, and it's gonna cost me this, and these are the things that it'll help my department. I can have an MSP come in and take A through G off my plate, so I'm able to manage the nuances that go on in town hall, plugging in printers, helping people, onboarding new people, etc. Or I can hire an MSP and I can take one of their people here for 2 days a week and it costs me X. Or I found out that, there was not enough work at BOE and that person's looking for more work. So I thought, what about putting $40,000 aside in contingency for this second person help / thought process, and within 6 months come back with a plan, a 6-month plan and an idea. And that was just my idea, to not say no, but to, I just felt like there was no clear efficiency. We weren't sure, and we weren't, but we knew there was a need, but we weren't sure what the need was, and I feel like I'm babbling, so I'm gonna stop now.
Yeah, that's not a problem at all.
Okay. And I'm out. You guys,
It's one of those things that we feel we need to do something
I
because
like that idea.
there's
I
so
don't-
much work.
I don't wanna say no,
I
but
like
I
that.
don't wanna say yes, because I felt like the yes wasn't a total clear path. So, I don't know, Dan?
What's the deliverable, the specific deliverable you'd be looking for to release the
I think just come to just say, hey, I found this person and these are the things that we're
So-
gonna do. This is the job description, or you know what? Like I know Danbury contracts out every 3 years and they hire a different MSP every 3 years. And they have an IT person that goes around and does all the other things at their town hall. So I thought, what if we called them? What if we put out an RFP and said, hey, this is what we're looking for, come at us with what you've got. I know that sometimes MSPs can handle security issues, they can handle, Duo Authenticator, Microsoft Office 365, they can handle security stuff, they can do a lot of stuff. That was just kind of my thing, either maybe come out with several different plans and then say, but you've got a clear path, you've got this decided, you found someone, you found a company, you found help, great, let's do it. And maybe I'm totally off base,
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I think part of the piece that caught me up was, it was hard to define what were the pieces that would get help, that an additional body would help with. And, maybe just figuring out where, what tasks could be.
Little management stuff that I do. So there's the classic 2x2 matrix, and if you take time and complexity, and you take the lots of time, low complexity tasks, and put them over here and outsource those, or find that
Yeah.
let's define what you can do, and then fill it.
And I think that's what I'm trying to say,
yeah.
and you made it sound so much better. So next time you talk for me,
So
please.
write that job description.
It's right there.
In a pie with a graph. It's an idea. It's an idea of not
I mean-
saying no, but getting it done and trying
So
to.
it take time anyway to find anybody. So let's take the time to define it, and
What it
then
is
find the
we're
right.
looking for.
Yeah.
And what if we find a great middle of the road person that's amazing? Or what if we find like you're saying, the complexity that a MSP can help and get rid of all that stuff, and then voila, Dan is free to do other things. I just felt like we were all so not sure of the path. That was my idea. It wasn't saying no. It was just saying, let's market, let's put it aside, let's make it happen and take some time to figure it out. I don't- There you go.
I'm talking to you, Dan, so, yeah, please. So I'm sure you listened to all the meetings.
and
You
I've been
see-
doing a little bit of research as well,
Exactly.
yes.
When we say we're building a partnership with a department, we're building a partnership with a department.
And actually, that would be the first thing I did, to do a little bit more research on, the idea of the partnership with the school side. Their techs are actually union employees, the same as I believe it's their public works, like their public services union, so like their custodial staff and stuff. So retasking theirs would also be rewriting their union contracts. So that would be a bigger task than maybe we'd want to have on that
Okay.
one. And I know we've had a discussion with the MSP stuff before. A lot of what I've been looking at, and a lot of what I spend time in is, each department has its own specific program. Like the tax office uses Quality Data Services, the assessor's office uses that, and Vision Government Solutions. The town clerk's office uses COT systems for some of their stuff. View Permit in the land use department. A lot of these things, it's not exactly an off-the-shelf Microsoft service provider kind of thing. So an MSP would help with maybe computer problems, printer problems, email problems, dual problems. But a lot of the things that we could train an in-house person to help with is something an MSP wouldn't be taking on outside software. So an in-house person would still be a lot more useful as somebody that could be trained to help with all problems across the board, rather than just, we will just shovel these little problems off to the thing.
And I think that's the kind of thing, we weren't saying no to that, it's that it was a little unclear where the needs were, what work would you be able, because
And
you'd like to have
like I've
hands
been
on
saying
it.
every time though, it's
Yeah.
like, depending on what one talent we get, if we get somebody straight off the board, we start them with small stuff. Building up, as somebody gains more experience, they get more responsibilities. It's pretty much any job. You work your way up to prove what you can take.
Can you tell us what you want though?
Right,
I mean,
that's-
is that,
Yeah.
tell
Yeah.
me what you
I
want. 'Cause
ideally, pretty much what I had been doing before Diamond retired was exactly what I said. Every custom software we had around the building, I was already learning across for the first few years I started here. So by the time Diamond retired, I was handling pretty much any problem across the building.
Here's what I know, you can't be, get your title, the director of information
Technically
technology,
interim director.
and you can't be a technician. It doesn't work.
And
So
that's-
you've
yeah.
gotta be one or the other. And if this earmark helps us think outside the box, find efficiency to get you to be one, and then we figure out the other, you can't be both. It doesn't work. It's not working. So I'm trying to figure out a way mentally to make it work. Dan's got pictures there, which made much more sense. I am a picture person. That's what I think we're all saying is, we are not against this. We want to help you. We want to get it done. We got to get it done. But let's figure out the right way to get it done. You're telling me MSP doesn't work?
So yeah,
Okay,
technically,
but you have
Ferns yelled at me for this. My job description on file is about 10 years old now. That basically is a general help with every day-to-day task around the building, including knowledge of the department-specific software. That would be what I want. Somebody that we can train on all the department software.
Which is why I think that my 40 felt like it was returning the department to where it originally should have been with 2 people. Because it just did this huge nosedive, and then I felt like we never came back to it. Whether that was right or wrong, I don't know, but it's
not
clearly, we should resurface it at that level so we are prepared going forward to function at that
Do
level.
a little work specking it out and
Yes.
finding somebody in parallel, and then it'll be there.
Yeah, I mean,
And that's,
honestly,
that's a matter of posting the position.
and honestly, at this point,
You
I'd
know,
say
we're
even
gonna
if-
try
yeah.
for the, I'm gonna try for the moon, okay? I'm gonna try to get somebody in that's gonna be very qualified.
But honestly,
to
I'd
help
say
you.
even if we posted that 10-year-old job description
Yeah.
as what we'd want a starting person to be.
Right.
I would also say though, if you're not finding that, I mean, you should come back to the board and just talk to, the town, because I think if somebody's not qualified, putting a Band-Aid is not gonna help us long term, right? I think if you said, oh, you know what, 40 is not enough, we need to come back, let's find 30 more, let's get a full-time person qualified that can do all this stuff, I don't think anybody would balk. I mean, I'm not talking for everybody, but I think.
But part-time could hit a niche that.
Oh,
yeah.
It
That's
could
it.
be,
And honestly,
it could
So
be.
I
For me,
think
I mean,
That's
yeah.
kind of
putting it
why
aside,
I would prefer we
putting-
start, and
Yeah.
then
And
if
if there's more of a need, then. the
next time we
position
come and
grows.
we go, you know what? This is working,
Yeah.
can we now have a full-time? And
Yeah.
potentially that person may become full-time.
So putting
we
it
may be
aside
able
in
to
a
keep them.
contingency, and then that way we can know, is it non-union, does it become that you find this like, person from the heavens, and it's like, but I can work sporadically, I can give you, you know, 1 day a week, because I'm just on my way out, I'm kind of retiring, so I have 1 day, so maybe that goes in the 5160, or you say, hey, I met this thing, and this was a great idea, Brianna, and we talked about it, and then it goes in the 53,305. I don't know.
For a lot of it though, I mean,
but-
in order to get the talent to find someone coming in, we need to open up an application to the outside, so we
Right,
kind of
but-
need to have that
So
allocated
I-
ahead of time.
I'm doing it in parallel, but I'm gonna challenge you, and in your spare time, exactly, with Fern and Tara's help, to spec it out. To not just find a body, but to find a body that fits this.
Absolutely.
That's really, I think that's the issue that we
That's
have.
kind of
I think that's what we're all
Specific
saying.
systems that
Yeah.
are really
Yeah.
the focus, whether it's vision or.
Yeah,
tech
so like I
or-
said, it's each department has pretty much like one custom software for the department on top of our basic stuff like obviously, you know, Windows, Microsoft software, our phone system, things like that. But yeah, and honestly the biggest thing of this is getting the place to have the body first. So that's what the request is to you guys, of getting at least the funding for somebody to start filling it, and then we expand.
Right.
Like the way I run 90% of the department, we
Right.
do what we can with what little money we
Right.
have.
So-
Start with a full timer, validate their purpose, work up to maybe next year, you're down 2 years down the road. I come in to say this person has been
Yeah.
working well. But
So-
right now it's just getting that that place to put a body into.
And this
So do
is
we
like a
that?
perfect time because kids are graduating from
Mhm.
college and they're looking for something, and the opportunity to work in a municipality for especially graduates is like a big deal. They love that. So
And
I think we could get somebody.
And something that you touched on last night, which I just want to say from an outside of a municipality employee, is I have never worked in a municipality, nor have I ever worked for a company that gives 2% raises annually. I sometimes go 3 to 5 years without getting a raise. It's just the line of business that I've been in. So, if I was coming out of college and I was able to work for a municipality that, even though I know you said, you know, we don't really get these big jumps, we just get these little, see, coming from somebody who's never gotten that their entire life and goes 5, 6 years sometimes, and I'm like, oh great, I got, you know, 2%. To be able to start there is a wonderful, wonderful thing. So I think we're all saying the same thing. I don't want to, you know, but I think it's a good place to start. I feel like that's why I was thinking, that's the only,
And that's kind of like where I'm gauging is a college graduate, somebody that's going to come in and probably know a lot more than we think they know, especially when it comes to computers.
And honestly, I mean, for me, it's, and as much as it's a weird thing to say, the credentials aren't as big of a problem as potential. If it's somebody who has right out of college, no degree, no major experience yet,
Yep.
the idea is to bring them up as somebody who will enjoy working here and stay with the town. It doesn't have to be somebody who's, you know, 5 degrees in is going
Right.
to complain because they're not making what they think they should in a year.
You can mold them the way you want them.
Right,
Exactly.
exactly.
And it's starting fresh. I mean, again, each department, 10 pieces of custom software across the building. Somebody with credentials from, you know, working corporate, they're not going to have the experience with the software anyway. So it's, yes, like I said, it's this first 6 months is going to be training somebody, but it's training to have them work with these systems so that they'll have the experience in this area with us.
and we're all still going to be here in 6 months.
Right.
So we all had this discussion. So we know that, right? So am I doing the math right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Brian and I are the only ones that are on 2 terms in this room right now. So, but my point is yeah, like Dan's saying, come back to us. We know it. We've had this discussion, and I think we're on the right path. But I don't want to speak for everybody. Everybody else should have a. I'm like, you know, Glenn goes, okay, Brian, Moses. I'm like, I don't want to
All right.
speak for anybody. It was just my idea.
All right, so what are we doing? Minus 40 and then?
I would say, yeah, take away the 30,
37,440.
And then put it
and then
down.
put 40 in
And then 40.
contingency.
Okay.
Which contingency?
General?
We're going to speak general, right, Dan?
Yeah.
So what would the process be?
Just a question on that. We have this 3625. Dan hasn't used it for a few years, but should we keep that in? I mean, because if he brought someone to do these meetings instead of him this week, he would have had 16 hours to do higher level stuff.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yep.
Well,
that's a
except I've
great
been doing
idea.
my normal shift at work plus here.
Right,
Because
but
remember, I'm
that's-
salaried. That doesn't do anything
But
extra.
if we let, Marcia, let me ask you a question. If we leave this in and we got a part-time person with like what we were all just discussing, that could kind of aid that. Am I Like if they were,
That's correct.
okay, so I think I see what you're throwing out, I'm getting that. So I would put that back in, so that way, when
At the
you-
very least, they'll have somebody who can help with the nighttime meetings, so I don't have to worry about, hey, I've worked 50 hours this week because you had 5 meetings.
Yep.
Bingo.
You could even have dinner once in a while.
I brought my dinner with me.
It
See the
smelled
lunchbox?
really, it smelled really good.
It was easy, Mac.
Put it out there.
It was easy.
I didn't eat yet, and it smelled really
So time to order pizza, or are we going?
good. Okay. I can DoorDash anything. I've gotten really good at it
I
since
won't
I
throw
don't
any
get
boxes.
We don't want any boxes thrown.
faceless. All right. So there we go. So, good.
Thank you.
I'm heading back to my corner.
Thank you.
So 40's going into contingency?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how do we retrieve that and when the time comes and the plan is ready and we wanna hire somebody?
The same way that it has to go through Board of Selectmen for a request, and then once it's approved there, it comes to us and we review
And we're usually, considering our Wednesdays are so good, we're usually on the same week about every other month now, so that would be pretty quick. That would be within 48 hours. You know, or a week,
So the
within a
difference
week.
between putting it in contingency and leaving it as a line for a part-time employee is what?
The ability to get a clearer path and a clearer plan.
I mean, that's for the management of town hall to do. The request is for the money, so why then would we have to come back and say, we need it now?
We don't know what line item it's going in.
We
It's
weren't sure what-
non-union, seasonal, sporadic, or purchase professional services.
That was kind of where I was
Until we know
going, because
where-
I was throwing out different options, and I know Dan is, like he was saying, he's against an MSP, and but I was
Yes, it's
leaving it
competitive.
open to discussion for, it broadened the view for whatever worked and whatever got him help in the door, whether it be an MSP, whether it be a part-time person who was retiring, whether it be somebody that we hired out of college that, you know,
Well, we won't know that until we post, and we're not gonna be able to post until we have to go through the process. He's already explained what his clear picture is, what he's looking for.
I'm not,
I'm not sure what more. We're gonna post his old job and go with that.
thought we were there.
we were there, I thought we were there too.
So-
Well, where? I mean, in order for
Well, I
us to
think-
go out and solicit for help, we need to post.
Well, we
need to
have, so
advertise,
you have
which we
the,
can't
you
do
have
unless we have
the,
the
you would
money.
have it in contingency to post. And I think we were just leaving it more as to come back with a clear plan, like the way Dan was saying is what can we, you were saying,
Dan will bring the clear plan to me. You know,
Okay.
he needs part-time help, which was our request. So what does that have to do with whether we finance the part-time help or not?
because I'm not totally sure how it was all going to work. I wasn't entirely, like when I left
We-
last night, I went, go ahead.
Yeah, no,
Go.
no, I don't want to
No,
interrupt.
no, you're not interrupting. I've talked a lot. You're good. Go for it.
My feel, and this was, again, we've moved from, we don't understand the need, we believe there's a need, but we don't understand that it's defined. And therefore, just like any other expense, come with more clarity and we'll approve it. There was not enough clarity. So we're kind of making a half measure of, we understand there's a need, we don't believe it's clear enough how it's going to be met. So in order to work together on that, this is the idea. That wasn't very eloquent
That's not the
either.
job of the Board of Finance, that's the job of town management and me as the first.
Well, it's the job of the
select
Board of Finance, I agree, it's the job of the Board of
board. It's just like
Finance
right now, there's a vacancy for
to,
a foreman.
what was that?
Right now, there's a vacancy for a foreman, as an example. You all have nothing to do with that. Maybe we don't need another foreman. So
This is
am I
not a
supposed to
position.
come to you?
Okay, so
and-
perfect. In your words exactly, maybe we don't need another foreman.
But I'm
So-
here to
so
tell
my-
you that we do
So
need
my
this position.
point is if we put it aside and you guys come up with a different plan, then that money's not earmarked in non-union wages. It's earmarked aside and whatever plan you come up with, because it's in contingency, it can go to any different, it can go to the line item that it's specifically meant to go to.
But in order to go to hire and
I am not
advertise for
gonna
the
hire
hire, we
unless the
cannot,
money's there.
unless we have the
Well,
money
you-
to support it.
I can't post a position unless the money's there. I can't just randomly just post a position saying, well, maybe. It has to be there.
I thought the phone was in here.
so that,
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
no, there wasn't a form, a priority form for health, Dan.
I will.
I didn't see
I will
it ever.
reprint it because I had the form
Okay.
submitted.
I didn't see it because Tara added it in. That's why I thought it was something that.
The only reason it wasn't on
so-
there, when we were writing the original form we had to fill in, there was a note on the top not to make payroll changes, to do it on a priority form instead.
The ones that Marcia
So I had it.
didn't have the form.
No,
Is that
it was
correct?
on a priority form,
Got
but
Yep,
I
technician,
didn't have it.
65,000 full-time.
I didn't have it at the time that I did the budget book, so I added it after the budget
Got it.
books.
That's why I don't have it in my book.
You know,
But-
if I borrow that, I'll make some copies for you guys then, because that was,
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't-
Mary had a copy of this.
That I did, okay.
Looking for-
So, I don't know, guys, now my idea doesn't, but that's,
Well, they
Marcia?
can't hire or do anything till July 1st. Why can't Dan come up with the details between now and July 1st, and it wouldn't slow anything down?
Because then we still have to move it to contingency, or from contingency to,
But that
back
takes-
to where?
But that takes it to
But-
two meetings.
That's-
That's a
that-
Board of
that
Selectmen
takes-
meeting and a Board of
that's
Finance
not a
meeting
big
that can
deal.
happen within 48 hours of each other.
But if the budget
We-
passes at first referendum and he's ready to hire,
He
we're,
has to-
we're
But he
not.
can't,
He can't do it
Hold
till
on,
July
wait.
1st.
go
he
ahead.
can't hire until July 1st. He can't
Right.
hire till July 1st, so
this
he
is-
would
this
have
is a-
from May 18th to July 1st to make that transfer.
It's just an added layer of bureaucracy.
But you couldn't
To get
post-
to the same
But
end.
here's the thing, you can't post the job now anyway because the budget hasn't passed.
And we're not
So-
gonna post it.
We're not gonna post it.
And he will still have the time to come up
Right,
with his
so
plan.
I think we're all saying the
But
same
we
thing.
have to take it through two other layers.
I
to
guess
bring
I
it
feel
back
like
to
I'm
where.
saying the same thing, but maybe I'm not saying the same thing.
But if,
Is, because I'm just saying, if we can't post the job until the budget passes, then does it matter where the money is, whether it's in contingency or not?
and
I
if
guess
you
that's
don't,
my
if you
question.
don't find a part-time person
Finding that out.
available, but you do find a contractor, that's a different line item, right? That's purchased professional services and not non-union wages, because you're not
Right,
hiring.
but that's not where
personnel.
we wanna go. We wanna,
But what if
Right,
you don't
but-
find, I mean, it gives you the flexibility to find.
We were trying
a
to give
different
you the
solution.
flexibility to find whatever you needed to find regardless, because what if you don't find a part-time person? And what if you find a contractor? What if you find somebody that's willing to say, okay, give me $800 a day. I own my own company, but I'll work for you one day a week for $800 a day. That's not a non-union employee.
At that point, would we do an intra-department transfer from the salary account to the
Marcia
citizens
can
account?
answer that. How,
That's what I asked about
Marcia should have been listening a little bit more.
So Marcia, she's saying basically, if we had it in, say, the salary account, but we end up finding a hired service out instead, would that just be something I submit to the Board of Selectmen as an intra-department
We're
transfer?
gonna go through both boards. That's
Yeah, either one of these are transfers.
Right.
It's very easy to do.
Still the same.
So it's basically the
still
assumption
the same
the assumption of following that plan versus the assumption of not having a plan.
oh, I was good with putting it aside on a plan. But that's just me, so I'm gonna just say that's how I feel. I thought it was a good idea. And I'm willing for anybody else to throw out their ideas.
I just don't understand that rationale, because if the end state is still the same thing, be it a
But I don't
contractor
know if
or
it's this, I'm not still totally
whoever.
sold on, because if it's a contractor, it's
These
a
are
di-
not your worries.
it's not gonna be a
This is
contractor.
town
I'll find
function.
someone.
Well, I
Town hall,
guess
and
it is
whoever
kind of my
is
worry when
The boss
I'm
of the director of the IT department.
correct. I guess it is kind of my worry when we are putting a budget out that we want to stand behind, and I wanted to be able to say we were and feel confident about it as a taxpayer myself. So I just felt like I wasn't sure about the clear path of this position. I wasn't sure what was going on, and this was my idea to kind of get both parties to come together and say, there's so many options, what can we do to make it work? So that was just my idea. It doesn't have to be what we all agree on, it was just my idea. I wasn't completely sold on what path was right. Just like there's other things in here that I'm not completely sold on.
Right.
So I just, it's just an idea.
I like the creativity.
Yeah,
It's
I just
just
my
don't
idea,
understand
and
it,
if,
that's all.
and I am
But not for
fine,
me
there's
to
5 other
say,
people sitting
apparently.
at this table that also have opinions on it. I just felt like there was a need. I didn't know what the need was. I feel like sometimes I look at things and I'm like, could we be doing something more efficient? Could we be doing something differently? Could we be thinking outside of the box? And this was my outside of the box thinking. That's it. I'm done. I can't. I feel like I
completely
can't.
agree with you. I think this is a really tough budget.
Thank
We all know this. We're adding a lot of, we're adding a couple positions at town hall. It's a really tough year to do that. So we, as a board of finance, I understand you have needs, but we have to scrutinize these and we have to figure out what's the best use of our taxpayer money. And I think we're trying to be flexible here by getting a job description and putting in Brianna's suggestion, and I agree with that. I don't know about the rest of the board, but basically trying to make sure we're using the best. And I think this is a good middle path, and I agree with you. I think that's.
I mean, yeah, because the other option could be, well, I can tell you before I slept on it however many nights, the other option was, I don't get it, I don't understand it, I can't see the need for it. So this was my way of saying, I'm not totally sold on the need for it, I'm not totally sold on why, I know we've cut everything, I'd like to get the budget, the department back up to where it is, and this was my idea to try to make both parties happy. But, the other thing is you could do nothing at all. But here we are trying to do something, so that's where I don't know.
When it was, were you full-time? I don't remember.
Yes.
You were.
He was
So
full-time.
for the last year that was listed on there, 2019, 2020, that was the last time Dominic was here full-time.
Mhm.
We was both of us here full-time.
Right.
That has been the way since July of 2014 when I first started. Before that, she had gone about 6 months with a part-timer before realizing and validating the need for the full-timer to the selectmen at the time.
So that's kind of, that's,
So that's a 7+
I
years
agree with
with
that.
two
So
full-timers.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
So
so this isn't really an addition, this is restoration of something that was wrongfully removed when somebody retired.
But how can you fill the job description that you're gonna post, that was a full-time job, with a part-time person? The job description isn't there yet. That's kind of the point. There's no job description for a part, you're gonna be if I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, you're gonna be posting a full-time job description looking for a part-time entry-level person. And I don't see how that fits.
Pretty much the same way Brianna said, like the fact that the director and IT technician don't fit together. They've been fitting together for 2 years now because I've been doing it without a posted job description for it as the interim director on my official signed contract. It's making it work with what we have.
And it's barely working, just
I
to be fair, Dan,
understand that.
because you're working your butt off and it's not sustainable, like I
I
said
agree
last
with
night.
It's just not fair. I mean,
But it's at this point, it's getting in what we have. My request there is for a full-timer. The push forward was for a part-timer. I mean, if you guys want, we could put it in as a full-timer. That would make it balanced, right?
Touche.
The job
So then, yes,
description
my
duties
request
can
was a
be
full-timer, which would bring us back to
retrofitted
parity.
For a part-time.
If we get in as a part-timer, it's just as I've been saying, we start them with the basics, we work them up. In a year or two, if they prove themselves, we come in back and say, hey, we're ready to get back to what we were at in 2020. And maybe it'll be more palatable to have an increase of a part-timer now, restoration to a full-timer in a couple years down the road.
Have we had anybody historically firm that has done like part-time to full-time? I feel like that's not
oh,
something.
it happens all the time.
It does.
All the time. That's the best
Our
person.
last assessor hire.
The best person to
I was
bring in
part-time
is
for a week.
part-time, and you see what they can, you see their performance, you see how they mesh, and if they're good, I'm gonna find something for them. We wanna keep them, we wanna retain them, and, according to the charter, I mean, the department heads, this is the time that they make the requests. They make the requests if they need additional help, or if they want, additional monies. This is the time during the budget. That's our one-time shot that we get to do this. And Dan has done that. He's asked for a full-timer. And at the least, we would accept a part-timer. But to give him nothing or say, well, you'll have to come back to us, is really unfair.
We weren't
We're
saying
following,
nothing. We weren't saying nothing, we were just trying to figure out the best way to get it in the budget.
Right.
And to be clear, last night when I was talking, I wasn't saying no, I was trying to find efficiencies to keep the taxes.
Yeah, no, I
I
understand.
was
the same thing.
exploring Board of Ed, the other things, I
No.
wasn't saying no. And-
I mean, I could only hope that you guys see the amount of
Well,
work he does
No, agreed.
day in
but,
and day out.
In the initial request, we did not fully understand. I don't think he vouched for himself as well as he did last night.
The form we just passed
which is
along,
helpful.
I'll admit, I was a few days late in getting it ready, because there
we haven't
was
seen
other
it, so
tasks to do.
But can I be honest with you? I
Although
asked him
thank you
the
for Mary
day,
for having that
the
copy.
day of the presentation, Dan, have you had the opportunity to work on your, and he looked at me, he goes, when? He literally threw that together, to the point when Erin, our director of health, said to him in the hallway, Dan, next year, let me do your presentation. Because we all know what he does around here. He just didn't even have time to do a valid presentation to explain to you guys.
So if we were to put 40,000 into the non-union wages as a part-time, do we take the 3,600 out of seasonal sporadic and expect that
But that's,
part-time?
it's all in there already, right?
Mhm.
We wouldn't be making any more changes.
Oh, sorry, yeah,
It's already
sorry,
on.
Yeah, you could just add them to.
Yeah, that was part of the
Yeah.
expectation that the 36,000, that the 3,600 for the sporadic one, I'd hopefully be able to rely on this part timer to say, hey, can you do a couple evenings here and there? We'll swap evenings on and off if we need to.
Mary?
I mean, we definitely need to do something, I just don't know where the best, line is to place the $40,000.
Sarah, can I ask a question? So there's a couple of positions that are added. I think there's three. What are your priorities as leader of the town? Is IT number one? Is sanitarian number one? Where are your priorities?
Good question.
Well,
Obviously,
for
we
public
can't-
health and safety, it's the sanitarian.
Okay,
Okay.
and then
For the functionality and operational ability of town hall, because everything is done on a computer, it's IT, but that doesn't negate the fact that the land use office, the building department specifically, has always had some form of help, be it sporadic, seasonal, with summer help, or part-time in the past. And I
I get
explored
there's
over
needs.
the last year.
I guess there's needs everywhere. I'm just trying to get
The priority is
priorities.
the sanitarian.
You're asking her favorite child.
So one is sanitarian, two would be IT, and three would be land use. And you're like, if we said, or if the town said we can't afford three positions, if they voted we came back in June or whenever we have to, and we said we have to cut a position, which one would you cut? We're just trying to understand priorities out of those three, because that could happen, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, I've already cut others that I didn't bring to the budget because there's needs elsewhere.
Yeah, you understand,
Yeah,
but
I
if there's
wouldn't
one
put
more
it-
that needs to be cut.
Those were her top three, and we had discussed that because the Department of Health, it's a legal issue. We don't have a choice.
They sold us
That's-
that, we understand.
And there's a
Yeah.
salary increase for an additional employee in here too, so that's a fourth salary-related item. I don't know if you guys have seen it yet, out of social services, human services.
And with the building department, you're really not adding anything. They've always had the part-time help, so we're not really adding anything.
Is there any,
There's no new starts in
Part-
any of this, it's the
is
same
there
position.
any, person currently, and this is gonna be a freaking stupid question. Is there any person in the town hall currently that is a part-time position that does not have, that has the ability to share in this land use building department part-time need? Like I don't like a fire marshal secretary or a
one
fire secretary, or
part-time.
somebody, I'm just throwing names out, I don't know what any of this is that's coming out of my mouth, right? Is there another, is there like a cohesion of a position that the building department can share with a different department? Okay, perfect, thank you.
We only have one part-time person, and that's the person in finance.
I'm sorry, Marcia, what?
So we talked about the possibility of talking with the Board of Ed. The Board of Ed is very open to talking about combining, and they don't believe that, as far as I know, they don't believe the union thing would be an issue. So I think we need to leave that on the table.
Yeah, that's it,
So then that puts
that's
everything,
contingency.
okay, so then that makes me feel more like where I was going was the right path.
That is gonna be absolutely almost impossible to do. I can tell you that.
Couldn't we discuss it instead of, because they've talked about it before, and Eric had started on a plan back when Steve was here. That,
I did sit down with Eric this morning. That's actually how I found out even that they were a union to begin with. And from talking with him, any plan that he agreed to going forward would still need an extra person. I mean, number of techs, he's got one tech per school, and even when they get rid of the one school, they're not getting rid of any students. So the workload for their staff isn't changing. he would just end up having
correct.
2 techs for the school. Any change that would go on for the town hall side, like trying to combine the departments, he would still be the same as I am, advocating for an extra tech on this side.
Correct. He always said that, but then we would have one department instead of 2 departments within, 20 feet of each other. And certainly it would help with efficiencies, just like finance, if we could combine the
Unfortunately, not
finance
as much.
departments.
There's a lot of stuff, I mean, I know we've gone over ad nauseum already, but there's a lot of systems that are separated. Even equipment, we can't share equipment. If school equipment is not used for school purposes, they risk losing their E-rate funding. There's a lot of things where there's like actual financial ramifications if we don't keep things separated properly.
So maybe after a discussion it wouldn't work, but shouldn't we at least have the discussion?
Oh, and that's why I had the discussion with Eric this morning. He was actually even saying like he would have liked to have been included on some of these things before it got brought up in a board setting as well.
I think we move on.
We have a lot more.
We have
budget to
so
go
many
through,
more. We
so-
don't have to make the decision about this right now. I think let's just
Let's
take a
move
break,
on.
take a step back, and move on to other things. And let's just digest everything that we just talked about. That's my personal opinion. Again, I'm not speaking for everybody. I don't
I
know.
think that's a good plan,
Okay.
because we have a lot more budget and it's already.
Let's keep going.
there's not-
Yep, all right. And we'll put a star next to that.
Okay.
Go for it, Eileen.
Okay, town clerk, I don't think there was anything of note in that one. Sorry, I take that back, union wages went up,
Mm-hmm.
sorry. I have my worksheets with me.
I got it.
Union wages went up on the town clerk because
Oh, it's a
they've
union.
got 2 people that are not certified, they're getting certified, that would increase their wage. When one is a clerk and one is an aide, when the aide gets certified, as I understand it, and Fern could tell me if it's, the law, that when they get certified, they need to move from aide to clerk.
Okay,
Correct.
that makes sense.
And they get an additional $1
Okay.
or $2.
Okay, so then I think,
Check
we-
that.
is everybody okay with town clerk?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Registrar voters. So the poll workers was taken, 20,000 was taken out of the poll workers. I know that there was a discussion about potential legislation that would have early voting opportunities, but that legislation hasn't made it through anywhere yet.
Right.
I think that would be a good option, a good item to have as a, get taken out of contingency at a future date. Or it's already, well, is it the 20,000 is taken out? Is
Yeah, the
that
20,000
strictly
figure
for
saying
that?
add it.
No, 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 no,
Oh.
no.
Yes.
That 20,000 was
Taken
taken
out.
out, but why is it still
Um,
$20,000 more than last year?
Yeah.
That he had put in his budget for 14 days of early voting, and so Tara took out 7 of those days.
Okay,
And so that's why 20 is out and it's still up 20, so there's still 7 days of early voting in there.
we don't know if that's legislation is going to pass. I think it's a bit,
The 7 days that I was going over was old information, and to be completely honest, I haven't checked on this in probably 2 or 3 weeks, so I don't know where the state stands with it.
So you're thinking it's
I
a
would
little.
return it back to what it was last year
And then
and
cover it.
Because it hasn't been
it
passed
just
yet.
gets
And cover it.
Yeah,
So take that risk.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying.
yep. Does it-
We do have some contingency in this budget already because there's primaries included in there. So if you took that out, there
Yep.
still might be space in there.
Yep.
Perfect.
Okay. Great. All right, so we're gonna, you got that right, Marcia? Yeah, I like that. That's a good point.
How much does a primary cost? Just curious.
The rule of thumb has always been 10 grand.
Yeah, I think it's always been. That sounds about right. All right. Good with
Yeah,
that?
I brought the wrong
Register our
glasses
voters?
today.
That's okay.
I can see the screen in front of me, but not
He's
using
having a
those
class
up
problem.
there. Yeah, it's the theme. of the
Okay.
day. So any other, it looks like everything else is back. Okay, land use planning.
All right.
That one went down, I'm not sure that there's much to. and planning.
Yeah.
There was one line item that went up for travel and conferences, but a lot of that are things that have gotten returned back to normal pre-COVID. Is everybody okay with that one?
No, go ahead,
Okay.
keep going.
Yep. Land use building, okay.
So here's that.
Yeah, so this one is the 23,000 added in for part-time wages. I think that the piece of Raquel's presentation that struck me was the conversation that I think she said there were new employees that haven't had the training yet, and the previous employees were trained to the point of being able to take tasks off of her plate because they were reviewed by them first and not everything landed on her. And to me, it seems like having the training component added so the people that are existing in that department can spread the workload a little bit more, might be a better approach than adding another body.
You're
to start.
talking about land use building.
Yep.
Rochelle is not over land use building, it's Demi's department.
Oh, shoot, sorry.
So can I just
Yeah.
step in here and explain?
Then what's that one?
So basically what happens is there's 4 admins in the office.
In the whole
and
floor.
in the whole office. So when you walk in, they take turns. And what was happening was a lot of times when people just come in for basic information or forms, the girls, they didn't like all know everything. And not, when I say basic forms, I'm talking basic things to answer questions. You can't deep dive into things because each separate entity is very detailed. But to be able to give basic, information. So what I did was I got all 4 of them together and I said, look, we can help each other out here by at least knowing the basics. I don't expect you had everything about building or zoning or whatever, health. That's your own niche. But I do want a basic idea so that when someone does come in, we're not constantly saying, oh, you need so-and-so or you need so-and-so. We want to kind of know a little bit basic. So what they started doing, which has been working really well, they've been trading like forms when someone comes in and they have a tick. This is the form that you need to give to them and then they can mail it. So it's not really helping out as far as doing the work. It's just taking that basic customer coming in off. And what it's doing is also taking it off the directors, because what happens is the girls aren't constantly going up to the desk and it was just crazy. So at least now, instead of everybody saying, oh, so-and-so can help you and so-and-so can help you for the basic stuff with forms, they can share. But when it comes to the actual processes, it's very detailed. Each department is extremely detailed. You can't just expect each one of them to know everything that's involved.
And since historically there had always been additional help, floaters or whatever the task was before I came along, it coincided with the COVID years where there was a lot of extra work because people were doing home projects and pulling permits, and the only individual down there to address that system, if she leaves for vacation or is out sick or whatever the case may be, it just continues to build and back up. And it's a multi-step process, and it's not as easy as like submitting a ticket to the software help desk and getting a response. Oftentimes they don't provide feedback. I've sat down there with this individual and had her step me through it so I could learn what's happening. And it's just backlog after backlog after backlog. And I've tried other remedies. I brought in an intern, I think I told you. That went over like a lead balloon. We've had meeting upon meeting to get cross-training going. And all of that, while it's very well-intentioned and it would be effective, I believe, it's also very time-consuming. So it takes time away from, getting after the tasks that are already backed up. Not to mention the fact that we have a pending retirement coming up in building, which we may have a hard time getting a backfill, depending on which way it goes, because of the requirements to be certified in that skill set. Because there's a shortage of these individuals across the state. So it's gonna go from bad to worse.
And it's definitely gonna put a hole in that department when he leaves.
Marcia?
Yes.
I'm like, What, do you have the actual, our year-to-date revenue for the budget year that we're currently in, 22-23?
I do. I'm thinking.
Take your time.
This is the revenue. The fees were 256 for the 256 for the under 25,000, and then there was one-time revenue, 3 one-time revenues that add up to 260.
Okay. 516.
For a total of 517,306.
Okay. But the one-time revenue was a one-time of 260.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So we're, and we had, original budget proposed was 355. When, I'm sorry for dumb questions, again, I apologize. When we do this, are we doing the revenues as, do we put in one time, or do we put in what we expect to consistently get, not including one time?
We do a combination of the two. We take an average of the under 25,000s, and then we try to project it out, and we look at the 5-year average and the current trend to see if, if it's dipping down, should we go with a little bit lower number. And then we take the one-time revenue, and I traditionally have been asking Demi, what one-time revenue are you expecting to come in? This year he wasn't expecting anything, but then last week he came in with one-time revenue. There's 2 Park Street places that add up to the approximately 150. Those are new from January when we talked about the revenues. I compared that to Greg Dombowski's got a master schedule of projects, and that is on his master schedule. Again, that they just added it last month or something. And they're feeling confident on that. And the other one is a very large one-time revenue for 350, which sounds like it's been promised every year, and it's and so it wasn't on the original because they reissued. They reissued the permit, so now that's on there, and I don't think that anyone's going to put money on that it's coming in.
Okay.
But Greg can maybe talk more about that.
That's all right.
Okay.
That's it. No, you answered, you just mentally answered my question. Okay, thank you.
So then, any thoughts on the part-time position?
So wait, had budgeted 355, we're at 256, which is standard, and then she said an additional 260 of one-time revenue. So, and then Demi had sent us a email on March 9th per your request, Eileen, with his expected one-time revenues, but we're taking the third one out. So that one, that's not a lot of one-time. It's a huge difference in one-time revenues for 23-24 versus the 260. Not saying that there wouldn't be other ones that are just going to crop up along the way. But it definitely seems it's trending down.
My opinion is the economy's softening, rates are up, people are not building. I have friends of mine that work for builders that are telling me that they're not building. The commercial side, yes. The residential side, no. I mean, if we got by last year, it was a tough budget year. My opinion, I don't support this position.
Could I just explain one thing?
Yes, please.
This seasonal sporadic, we've always had $5,500 in there. But it was up under land use planning in their sporadic. So
Mm-hmm.
he's always had sporadic wages, and had people coming in and working any of the land use things. I can pull up the schedule of hours of how much that has been. So, but that's the 5,500 that was there. Is just the difference between sporadic and part-time is part-time you're committing to long-term,
Yeah.
and sporadic you are, you know, it's coming and going and may not be an even number every week. But I do have the number of hours that he has been using, and I'll try to pull that up. Because he felt that he was under control before with that, as I understand it. So we went through and we analyzed how many hours, you know, based on the person that was there. So fiscal year 2019 for all of land use, including health department putting their manual paper sewer stuff on the Carmody system, it was $9,000. The next year in 2020, it was $7,800. In 2021, it was $16,000, and if I remember correctly, that's a lot of the Carmody stuff being done during COVID. And then in 2022, it was $12,000. I couldn't get an analysis of just the building department from the Munis records, but I could get this.
That's demonstrative of what's been paid by hours worked, but it's not indicative of what the need is, because those years were COVID, and last year I didn't replace the help that left. So for 2022, it's down from the year prior. But it doesn't articulate if the need is being met in the department.
I mean, could we increase the seasonal sporadic and take out the part-time to cover some?
I'd be happy with that. They do need help. However, I will caveat it by saying that those are Band-Aids, and there's a lot more work to be done. For example, during COVID, they got a grant to reorganize that room and put in, what do they call, partitions, the little cubby spaces, which Harvard itself has just done a recent study to say that's the worst form of work environment. Anyway, they took a lot of stuff that was in there and shoved it in a hall closet down the way. So we've got years and years and years of records that need to be gone through. That's hours and hours of manpower to get that stuff sorted out.
But that would be seasonal sporadic and not a part-time.
Well,
job that comes
part-timer
in.
is other jobs as assigned, so you can use that person as a floater.
But what happens if, like you're saying,
I'm saying,
it's down, and then is it better to, like your idea is to up, you're talking about up seasonal sporadic. It's a good middle of the road, and then try to,
Seasonal sporadic and see how much it helps.
Can you revisit and see once you've gone through the budget?
absolutely.
Yeah, everything can be.
I mean, I'm not only one person talking.
Right,
you know,
no.
about
I mean, I'm,
these things.
I'm listening to
Yeah.
First Selectwoman advocate for expenses that she thinks are important, and let's, I mean, if it pushes taxes up and the
Yeah.
First Selectwoman is
Supports it.
supporting it,
Yeah.
who are we to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
and then we can always go at it again if the town
If it
doesn't
fails.
support it. If
Yeah.
it
No.
fails, we have to
Pushes
come
up,
back,
I
and
mean-
then we can list these ones as things that we were on the fence about, and if it doesn't pass, then we know that's the first thing to go
I'm
to,
only
right?
one person too.
I know,
No,
I'm
but
with
that's
you.
a good
That's a good
perspective.
point.
It's a great perspective. So,
Let's leave it as is.
leave it in.
see what the number looks like at the end.
It's just curious, thank you, Dan, for saying that. However, you know, you could hyper-analyze every single request as far as personnel is concerned and still not understand. We just had these guys sitting here for over an hour telling you their needs, but, you know, we don't know exactly what they do or exactly what their needs are. We think we understand.
Okay, so let's edit it. We're good.
Different work, I get it, but
Tara and I, you know, spoke at length about our top three.
Can we move
Yeah,
forward?
I just want, I really want to,
just-
I'm sorry,
you know,
we've
9
been here
o'clock
so
is our
late,
last
oh,
night.
we're good.
Just so you know.
This is, yeah,
We
and
put-
it's,
we put the
it's
time
unique
into
that
it.
you're at the table too, because
Understood, we're
generally,
volunteers now.
you,
Right.
you know, you shouldn't be, because technically it's, I'm trying to, you know, everything in my head, I'm like, so let's just keep moving.
So,
All right.
property insurance, oh,
Just before, this- so leave the position, but take out the seasonal sporadic.
Yes,
Yeah,
we're gonna leave
okay.
everything as is, we're not touching any money.
Okay.
It's not gonna change.
okay, property insurance, I don't think there's anything for us to
Nope.
look at there. Conservation Commission,
Not gonna be anywhere in Walton.
No, you're fine, it's just been a long week, trying to make everybody happy.
So their department-specific outside services was cut.
Well, but
Oh, that was the
but
grant, yeah.
but the grant was
Yeah,
put back in,
sorry, that
it's
was
all
okay,
set,
that
this
was
one's
20.
fine,
Yeah,
this
sorry,
one's fine.
that
They
was
were fine
fine.
with it.
Economic development, I don't see anything there. Community development, same thing, it's non-union wages. Regional membership services. Like Winona Authority, I think we don't have much.
That's one of those things, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, where the last time, if all the other neighboring towns
Agreed to it.
agree for it, even if we say no because it's a majority rules, it goes back in, so I think we got stuck with that one year, so there's no point in,
they all provided their budgets well before
right,
I
okay.
started my work, so.
Is this the one where we got the email from the concerned citizen, then we broke it out into,
Yeah, I was.
that's something else?
different.
That's something else, okay.
Yeah,
That's the social
Is
services.
it-
Yeah.
Okay.
and then regional animal control, there was, I'm assuming that was just a new number that was given to you when it went
Yes.
up?
Yeah. And that's the one we don't really have any control
Yeah,
over either,
yeah.
right?
Maybe some animal control.
The Blight Commission, that number last year was, well, now that 20 Station Road has passed, does that impact?
Oh, good
So
question.
we've got 5,000 on the department.
So there's,
request.
just because the vote tonight was for the town to accept the grant and have the board of selectmen sign the contract. It doesn't mean that the project is a full
That's
100%
Inland
go.
wetlands
Okay.
first, and
Oh.
so it could still break down.
Okay.
So the increase for Blight, I think I increased it, right?
You actually decreased
No,
it.
you decreased it.
2,000.
So I think that was
We
her.
went back and forth about material costs because when there is a blighted property,
Right.
in order to secure it, like in the past, we've had to have contractors go out and secure the space, and we have to purchase that material. We're billed for his time or her time and the materials. So my thought process was maybe we should ask for more, but then we went back and forth, and to be honest, I don't remember where we landed. So
2,000.
Well, it looks
Yeah.
like
It was originally-
we landed, yeah, I
Small
mean,
one.
it's like,
Okay.
okay, so moving on.
there's always potential there for a more, a higher request depending on the
Yeah.
situation.
Do you feel that we have any situations that might warrant a higher request or returning it to
There's a couple
5,000?
that are in legal matters right now, so it's hard to say really.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's too, it's a non-issue.
So employee benefits, that one, the needle moved on the health insurance from this, the new request, so that was changed last night, and that's in green, so I don't think we need to touch it.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, and then public safety, we went through the police we discussed with the police last night. The overtime wages was adjusted. I think we're all in agreement on that one. facility maintenance and repair was added back in by Board of Selectmen, so I think no adjustment on that for us. And then the travel and continuing ed had been taken out, was put back in, so does anybody have any concerns with police?
I mean, Chief said he felt like he was happy with what it was. So I feel that if Chief is saying he can manage, similarly to the way like Laura said she was fine with the budget the way it is, I feel like if they're saying they can manage it, then who are we to? Yeah, I have nothing.
Next up is Center Fire
So Andy is good
with the 30.
with the 30,
Yes.
is what I heard.
Yeah.
And
And then-
additionally, they are going to absorb the extra
Right.
19,751 that
Yeah.
wasn't added in.
Yep. So then, I don't know if there's anything else with Center. Candlelit, I don't know if there's anything to. Pretty quick and transparent last night.
Yep.
So then the fire combined, the $50,000 that was taken out for the LoSAP liability, what are the thoughts? I'm always a bit confused on.
I am always confused on
Those,
that, I'm not gonna lie.
So that was, I just put it in because I think we need to start thinking about that we've got a pension plan for LoSAP. We've never funded it. We were gonna set up a trust this year. When they sell the fire truck, they were going to put in 100,000. So I put the 50 in as the department request to just start thinking that we should start thinking it's a $3 million liability of paying that down, just like we do OPEB. But it's not the year to start it.
Correct.
Okay.
Great. Okay. Then EMS, I think they explained their case with the personnel line item going up.
Yeah,
I don't have any questions. Do
I
other-
mean, it's done.
Yeah.
I was like, well, that happened.
Yeah.
That's why I was just trying to get a handle on it, that's why I asked my question.
Yeah.
Well, I think this one was the, just fourth year of that contract. I think next year is the one.
Right,
It's done
right.
anyway, so.
Yeah.
But it seems like that's, yeah, there's nothing,
Yep,
it's
nothing we
done,
can do.
so that, yeah.
But that was a smart way to bring people up.
Yep. Fire marshal,
I don't see anything unadjusted.
no, it's $4,000 increase.
Yeah.
That's mostly, it's all
Yes, yeah.
wages.
Yeah.
Emergency management, that one, 216%. That's $6,000. So that's, it looks like it's already, this has this annual emergency management, something match. So it looks like something we don't touch.
So there's a grant and we have to match the grant. This is just the matching portion. The grant revenue and grant expenditures will go through the grant fund.
Okay.
But if we spend 9,300, the state will spend 9,300.
Awesome.
Okay.
That sounds good. Okay, Public Works, again, is, salaries, and then the vehicle fuel, but that's uncontrollable.
Adjusted sand and salt a little bit, but that seems okay. I don't think it was really, Tuesday didn't seem like that would have hurt us too much, I'm assuming. Okay.
Facilities. This one has,
So the union wages went down on facilities, but and the part-time went up.
The wages went down, and the outside services went up. We had an employee that was doing cleaning at night, and now we have a service.
oh yeah.
Got it.
Okay. And then the facility maintenance and repair,
That doubled.
I'm assuming that was something that may have been an operating, capital request that we moved to, that got moved to
No.
operating?
That's the cleaning, the
Oh, that's
facility
the
maintenance
cleaning, okay,
repair.
never mind.
Yeah.
Okay. recycling,
The part-time wages still went
Yeah.
up, so that didn't,
Wait, yeah.
The part-time wages went up because when we had one person as the courier and the cleaning, that the Board of Ed was paying 50%. And now we have part-time wages, it's just the courier. Let me think. And now the Board of Ed, no, the Board of Ed's paying a quarter of the cleaning. So let me,
I see that here is the 5,200 reduced by quarter.
yeah, let me take a look, let me think about that, because I can't quite remember why the part-time wages went up, but I'm gonna look.
Okay.
Oh, that's because the one before was full-time.
okay.
So she was in full-time wages, and now the courier is part-time, so that was all part of that shuffle.
I don't know if I'm seeing.
oh, yeah, I see
You
it,
got
I
it?
see it, it's in union wages.
Oh,
Yep,
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 yep, got
yep,
it.
yep, I got it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia.
Recycling. Are we doing, yeah, we're doing the hazardous waste day again? I would assume.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
No,
Delayed reaction.
I think we all have it. I was speaking for myself.
I have them all the time.
Okay, so utilities, Glenn took, Glenn suggested the 20,000 out of this center school carrying cost because maybe we don't need the fence, or the fence isn't the same amount that
Oh,
was.
I forgot my letter for you guys. Where are we now?
No, that's
so
okay.
utilities.
Utilities, and then we were talking about Glenn taking out some of the center school carrying costs.
Yes, in fact, I wrote a letter for the Board of Finance this afternoon. If you don't mind, I need to go grab that.
Go right ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, we can skip it and come
yeah,
back.
we'll come back.
Okay, Health Department.
Yeah.
So, we all heard the presentation. It was well thought out, and it is Tara's number one most important position. So I feel that I have no,
He had the numbers to back that.
he did, and I have no issues. You don't, no issues on it. My standard.
It's something, a town business.
And he also said that there was a possibility of a grant, and that we wouldn't know what the slice of the pie was, but that would go towards that position when we got it. So I'm good.
Me too.
Yep, I have nothing to say, so we'll check that one off.
That I didn't have time to print, so I brought the letter.
All you're going to kill the sanitarium.
Just kidding.
Keep it moving, keep it moving.
You wanna keep, are you ready, or do you wanna get, it's totally fine, we can keep moving on and you can holler at us, okay?
Yeah, you can relax and keep going.
Yeah.
Back to you.
What's up next?
Take a little break.
Just,
Youth Commission? Is that right?
I'm just thinking
Oh, yeah,
yeah, that's okay. Youth Commission is flat.
Mm-hmm.
Human Services, so this was the other one that there was an increase.
Yes, is that, Tara, that increase of the 3796 to part-time wages, is that the increase you were talking about? You said there's a salary, human services increase? Is that-
Yes,
Okay.
that's to bring the senior center employee up to snuff with the
Okay.
sporadic help wages.
Okay.
Anybody have a Coke?
Exactly.
I might need a bio-grade to tell you so.
Okay.
Marcia, do we know what the outside services, department-specific outside services increase was, 14%?
Yes, that's their programs. Their programs are coming back, and so there's offsetting revenue to offset that.
Perfect, thank you.
Bedtime for me. I'm normally in bed by night. Yep. Okay.
So are we ready to go back to?
So are you, so Are you guys readjusting capital tonight? I don't know.
Yeah, we're going over everything.
Okay, I don't, wherever the center school repurposing fits in better, is your call. Do you wanna talk about it under utilities or for the study or?
It's under utilities, so we could keep it, I mean, we should keep it there, but go for it, what do you got?
Yeah, so, dear members of the Board of Finance, last night on March 15th, 2023, at your 23-24 budget meeting, I spoke of the working group comprised of municipal department heads who have the experience and knowledge to opine on this matter, including our building official, director of public works / town engineer, fire marshal, and school facilities director. They advised me on the status of center school from their perspectives. I also sought input from the land use director and the economic development manager. What I heard was, years ago when the town was contemplating a new school, decisions were made going back 9 years to not invest in some capital projects for center school. As a result, the building is in need of many improvements just to maintain what is there and for change of use purposes according to code. They guesstimate these costs in the $4 million range and possibly quite higher depending on what is behind the walls. Please see the information included. After several hours of discussion and debate, they unanimously agreed to recommend Center Elementary School be demolished. The carrying costs for the school to remain idle indefinitely, together with a cost of additional study, would be better served towards demolition in the opinion of these professionals. I can arrange for you to talk to these managers if you would like to hear directly from them. Signed, me. And then I have included all of the perspectives from the directors that I mentioned regarding their input, which was never asked for in years previous. And we had our final meeting this afternoon, not final,
So
but
this
our-
would be, let me just make sure I get this right. So this would be, they're saying 4 million in code changes. So this would be, this is like completely like mothballing off the table and nothing, this
So the
isn't,
carrying costs to
Yeah.
keep it idle, I think you guys adjusted down to 75,000 last night? Or-
87.
I'm sorry?
87 right now, yeah.
87.5.
And that's, we took out the fence, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so.
Well,
part
I
of
think
the-
they
yeah,
just,
part
he
of
just
the-
threw
just
20
part.
out of it, 20
So,
thinking sense.
Moving forward,
Right,
if we had it sit idle at, let's call it $80,000 a year, indefinitely, that can quickly become hundreds of thousands of dollars. And on top of it, we'd be spending a full 180 to study, because we've spent the 30 and then we're gonna potentially spend another 150. And I gave you the estimate of the demo last night, which we also thought might be low,
yeah.
depending, we just don't know. And another estimate had come in previously with Tecton, I believe, for $1 million demo. But Ralph today said that he'd go out and get a firmer estimate. It's just, we're gonna be throwing good money after bad, no matter what we do, when the recommendation of these professionals is, from their expertise and perspectives, is to demo, have a clean slate, and when we're ready for a major capital investment, be able to go after that new library / community center, versus the tens of millions to patchwork along the way, pay for it to sit idle till we can get there, and then be in a kind of a high school situation again.
I had overheard last night that a portion of the building was over 50 years old.
So it would have to go through the historic.
That's what I was
commission.
gonna ask, because is there rules about demoing a historical?
And that's part of what some of these directors touch on, is the historic, I mean, none of this would be a go without getting the clearance from the historic commission.
Okay. That doesn't,
It's not in the
that
historic
doesn't-
commission district.
It's not in the district, but it is over 50 years old.
but that doesn't cost any money getting permission from the historic commission, because it's just part of the town. Okay. So it's not like you have to have another special person come out and take a look at it, but that, okay, so that's a lot of information.
Who makes the decision to demolish the town building?
Yeah.
I mean, you're advocating for the town to opine on usage, should the town opine
So
on tearing it down?
purchases and sales per charter go to town meeting. There's nothing in the charter that pertains to demo.
Right.
In the instance of 846 federal, it's at the Superior Court because we've been given full clearance to demo, but we wanted to take it one step further just to cross that T and dot that I for a final blessing, if you will. We don't own that we don't, the town doesn't have possession of that property yet, but it's the
Right.
next one that's on the docket to demo.
That's a blighted property,
Yeah.
right? That's a different story than
I would say process, Board of Selectmen to town meeting. But it would be the same thing, in my opinion, to determine what comes next.
Okay, well,
We've never been in this predicament
Agreed.
before.
so for the time being, it's gotta be multiple.
a, yeah.
I mean, there's,
This, come August, we're gonna have to
Do something.
pay one way or the other.
Right. So there's gotta be something in the budget
to mothball it.
to
Yeah.
mothball it to get to where we need to
And if
make
we're
all
gonna
this
do-
4 million
If we're
in
gonna demo it, we gotta find the money, but we're not
Right.
putting money in the budget to
No,
demo it.
not-
right.
So we have to put
I
the
mean,
money, we
so
have to
the
put the money
other,
in
the other
mothball.
consideration is if there's a, savings, not a savings, but if we don't spend the bonded amount for the new school, we can reallocate some of that bonding to somewhere else.
There you go.
But
All stuff to,
all
We
stuff.
Think
yeah,
about
we
it if we
talked
get-
about
if
a
we
lot
get
of
there.
different things, non, that money.
if we get there.
Yeah, it's
For
such
the
a huge-
purposes of this budget though, I
It's,
think.
we have to have something
Right.
in there.
And
Yeah.
from what I understand, it could be less based on the layers of closing it down.
What could be less, the mothballing cost or the demo cost? Because we're not
The-
really.
Well, mothballing.
Okay, yeah,
I'm
that's all,
not
that's
a
all we're
demo
talking,
yet.
that's all
No.
we're talking about today,
I'm
right?
just
Okay.
relaying,
Yep.
I'm a messenger here.
Yep.
No,
Telling
this
you
is good
the
info.
conversations that we've had in depth from these experts' perspectives,
So,
who have never been asked before.
Right.
so,
So it's such a huge question, none of the big solutions will happen in this next
Right.
budget year,
Yeah.
so
But we have to put
budget for
something,
mothball.
like to Dan's point, we
Yeah.
have to have something in the budget
Right.
to,
So it'll be
to,
a hard mothball for at least a
We
year.
do, right?
and we can
Yeah.
still,
Right,
we can
we
still be,
take-
and we,
That's the 87.
right, that's,
Right.
and,
Yeah.
and we can still, if we choose, begin planning for a study of the land, if not the
Yep.
building.
that's
And
another great capital
Right.
discussion that
Mhm.
Ryan, yeah, we can start, we can bring that in too.
Okay.
So Brian, that's another thing we gotta think about. Okay, so I think that leaving it at 87
Yep.
is good.
Gotta be, gotta be.
I'll get this to you guys digitally so you
Okay.
can
Yeah,
see all
that'd be
of the
great.
input.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah, great.
Would anybody object to a bio break?
Go for it, 5 minute intermission?
Yeah, 5
Yeah.
minutes in.
Is that okay? Yeah. That's a nice one.
My favorite thing.
I mean, put it this way, you don't want to ever be on a road trip in a car with me.
You have
Nope, I'm
competition.
good. You got me last
Yeah.
night.
Just
You
go.
beat me
I'll
last
make a
night.
motion to,
Oh, yeah,
to,
sorry.
I'll make a motion to, take a 5-minute recess.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
you nuts. I don't have to bring us
You good?
back in, right?
Okay, I'll make a motion to bring us back into session.
A second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. I can't stop working. Okay.
Here we go.
Sorry, I scrolled a little bit. So we were on
I think we were going to the library?
human.
Yeah, we're on library.
Yeah,
Yeah,
library.
library.
Okay. Okay, so department-specific outside services was cut by 3,000.
Utilities moved to town? Does
No,
that
no,
make-
the line
Oh.
above.
Oh, okay, okay.
I don't, again, I don't have the worksheet. What, 53910, library, department-specific outside services. It's the one that you said it would be. Yeah, okay, so that's programming.
Yep.
Surprise about. Okay.
Do we know, Marcia, do we know why non-union wages aren't going up on the, I mean, they're only going up 32 basis points year over year?
They actually asked me that today. If you look at the details that everyone's getting 2.25% increase, but there's so many changes in personnel there that the wages of the outgoing are not always the same as the wages of the ingoing.
Okay.
That savings, Board of Ed savings, everybody's talking
Yeah,
about, right?
yeah, exactly.
And the same thing that happened with Parks and Rec, because they both asked me today.
Great.
Okay, so there's, knowing how much the library gets used and that the usership is only going up, I personally would like to see that 3,400 added back in. But I would be happy to hear others' opinions.
The, yeah, I'm ahead, go.
Okay, I mean, so
I'm
there are
looking
there
down
are
at
three
the other
line,
ones,
there are
too.
3 line items that got cut.
And that's the one I feel like, was it the 15?
15,000 is like their overdrive and
Books.
I thought it was their ebooks, right? Which
Yeah.
has been
Ebooks.
quite popular.
Subscriptions,
Mhm.
like magazine subscriptions,
Mhm,
and big
mhm.
subscriptions.
That was the
Movies.
ancestry.com, that type of
Can
thing.
we actually see what it is, right, because I think it will much move.
If we put it back in.
Like, if we put it back in, just to see the difference.
Yeah.
in
So we should put it back in, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. 'cause I
Sure.
think-
Marcia, can we put those back in? If you guys are okay with playing
Mhm.
with that number?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think it's a good idea.
And Dan, are you using the spreadsheet from last night?
I'm using the one that you sent this afternoon.
Huh, because what are we putting back in? Department-specific supplies?
Yep. And then
And,
the department specific, line 534, 545, and 546. Can you check 546? What was did they have any notes on the next line after this is software? And I don't know
Mhm.
if that cut.
It says technology-related software. Let me see.
Tara, do you know if that cut on the software was something that was a number that got readjusted?
This is all the kinds of.
Marcia, we just want to see what that did to the mills.
Just putting all those line items in.
Oh, never mind, that was just their complete increase from last year. So those are probably services that costs that have gone up. It doesn't look like they're adding anything new.
Mm-mm.
That goes from 3.9 to 3.94.
Oh, I really didn't do much putting it back in. I think we can agree that we could put it back in, especially because I think it's a needed part of their functioning.
So Dan, can you describe the issue? Because I've taken it out and the change here is 1334742. And then if I go back and put it in, the change here is 1314309.
did the mill, maybe I have but did the underline, the final result, did
It went from
the,
398 to 394.
It did?
Yeah.
all right. I must have a different version, that's fine. I don't know, maybe I did something. If yours is
Yeah,
working,
you
if yours is working, that's all that matters.
You shouldn't have a different version, but it goes from 394 to 398.
Okay, then you got, that's all good, thank you.
Okay,
All right.
we're good.
Thank you.
So it didn't. So are we good, since it didn't move the needle that much, to just, yeah, I like it, I like playing like that, that's good.
Okay, next up is recreation.
Mm-hmm.
That was, again, it's a 1.4% increase. Again, I think some savings from turnover, and not much software updates. I don't remember if Laura mentioned it, but when she was talking about technology updates, and I would love to see, like the library spoke last night about the online registration, and I know like right now, it's always nice to talk to a person on the phone when you call Parks and Rec, but efficiency-wise, online, but I think that's something that she was hoping is a future investment. So, any
Well, she said she was happy with the budget.
Yeah.
When Glenn said, can you operate on what you've got, she said yes.
Okay. And then, so Parks and Grounds.
I'm sorry, did you guys, I might have just missed that, did you talk about the book drop? Are you gonna be able to accommodate those?
Oh, the $6,250, the outside book drop?
Yeah, there's
That
like
was
six
like
something
one
for
time.
outside
And
and
then
then
2,000
2,000
for
for inside.
inside.
Yeah, and that's a one-time expense too,
Yeah.
so.
Where does
does
that,
that
where would
go?
that get added? Is that office supplies?
Would it be, would it be under capital?
No, it's too small for
It's just
cash.
Equipment, facility?
Yeah.
We could put it in capital. We've been telling them 5,000 or over.
Yeah.
So if the sum of both is definitely fine.
Would it be department-specific supplies?
Facility maintenance and repair?
One of these replacements that could
Mm.
potentially.
I kind of defer to Marcia on this one, because I actually feel like. It's just, it was the indoor book drop and the outdoor book drop.
Wasn't the department-specific supplies what they were, what was cut, that's what they were talking about? I don't think they're adding something new.
No, they did say, when they, in their presentation, the way I thought I understood it, was that, other things to be considered. It was kind of like on that last slide where it was like other things to be considered that they didn't talk about was the $6,250 for an outside book drop that had completely fallen apart and a $2,250 inside book
Yeah,
drop
yeah.
because people are always staring and not sure where to drop the books.
Requests. Oh, no, it's not.
I don't think it was, yeah, oh yeah, you got it, okay.
It was under, are there other budget items to address?
Yeah, right there,
Indoor book drop for $2,250
and
and
$6,750.
outdoor was, yeah,
So I don't think they put those in the budget.
right.
That's the way I understood that.
I would say it would be best
That
just
is true.
so that
They need to.
it would be
That
best
is
to
true.
put it in,
What do you got, Dan?
best to put it
Like
in
you're saying,
capital.
Okay.
Oh, right,
Okay.
sorry. Ryan said,
She said put it in the capital.
put it in the capital, okay.
Just so that it doesn't artificially increase their
Understood.
expenses.
Okay, so we'll have to put that aside. Sorry, Dan, I forgot. Okay, so we got through
Got
recreation.
library back
Recreation.
whole.
Yes,
Recreation.
we were good with.
Yep.
Now we're on
So
Parks and Grounds.
Okay. So there was a $47,000 cut in department-specific outside services that was restored back 32,000 from Board of Selectmen. Was there any feedback from Parks and Grounds on whether that was a livable number for them?
Grounds, it's outside services.
Grounds, it was just outside services, let me,
53910.
I have that blank across the board on this.
Oh, there, it was this department specific outside, so it literally equals, they listed everything here for 277,505, and then we just took out 47, but added back in 32, so that's a difference of like 15.
That's the special snow plowing for Huckleberry, which
Oh,
there
yes.
will be needed
Thank
when
Okay.
construction is done.
Okay, and that
Right,
number,
is that, because that,
Okay.
in capital, they had requested that, yep, good.
then the overtime wages they don't need, oh no, that was restored.
Yep.
Everybody okay with that then? Yep, okay. Historic District Commission. That's a big increase. To clarify, $740 increase, 78%. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Same with Arts Commission, zero, and continue, oh,
There we go.
holy cow. Time back here.
Mhm.
You guys there? So there's contingency.
So,
So what's,
I'm sorry,
no, go ahead.
for the 50,000 that I had put in for the wages, that, you know, what are we gonna do when the salary study is complete to address, I think Glenn said last night, 80% of our employees are overpaid based on his research. I don't know exactly how he came to that number, but that still leaves us with 20% who are potentially underpaid, and we're going to have to somehow address that,
I mean,
and how do we do it?
it's still, yeah, I think it all has to fall in the budget season, but I think there needs to be a plan because I'm not sure that everybody's gonna get bumped up to whatever the number that a salary study projects should be all at once. I mean, it's going to be like the ambulance department where they had a contract that over a certain number of years, they got up to a certain point.
Which is why they have a reserve or contingency for that.
So we don't even know we don't know what the outcome of the study will be yet, and we don't know, I mean, it could be that, because this study, I got the same types of numbers that he did from the New Canaan Darien study by taking out the Gold Coast towns that really weren't comparable, GDP wise to us, and so, I mean, I think, but that also wasn't looking at the town sizes, the responsibilities, the other compensations on top of it, so we don't really know what that number is, and I mean, a quick look at it gives you an 80% that are equitable and paid at or above. But we don't know, that number could be very different and maybe it doesn't move. So I don't think we address that next year, in next year's budget. We come up with a plan in the coming year of where they need to be and how we're gonna get there.
Doesn't that all to be done 1 year?
No.
No.
So continue to put in next priority forms and hope for the best, because again, it's human capital investment.
Well,
Not all investment is physical.
so, one of the things I thought of is, because the salary study was something that was in the budget year that we're currently in, right? So that 20,000 has been earmarked for the budget year that we're currently living in right now, which we're still in. So why don't we, April meeting, Glenn will be here, we'll have a full board, let's make it a line item on the agenda. We've talked about RFPs, we've talked about, the study that you guys presented to us, and let's just get an agreement, get it out there, figure it out, and like you said, get the real data.
And
Get-
then build a plan.
And then build a plan to build this in, go by, maybe, I don't know, maybe you take the one that's the least off, maybe there's one position that's
Well, I
really off, add that back in, start to transform it and figure it out.
The town should probably establish a commission to do that.
Right, so why don't we do that, so on
Take
my
time.
April agenda, let's add that and form all
That's
that.
gonna take time. I mean,
Yeah.
50,000 might be really high, might be really low, we don't know.
We don't
Who
know.
knows,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
So that's, I think, because we're talking about something, and I know because I think whatever it is, the purchase order for the RFP, because it's something that we agreed to in this budget year has to be put out there before, June, before this year closes, I would say. April meeting, form a commission, like Tara said, get a committee to do it, agree on it, send it out. The woman who did the one that we were discussing last night should absolutely bid in, and anybody else that wants to, and then we have a committee and we move on. That would be my thought, but, it's not a part of that salary study was really it's not really a part of this budget. The results could be a part of, you know, a budget that we're talking about in the future, but we should kind of probably focus on right now.
Timing's not great.
No.
We've done a little while ago. we
That's just,
haven't been able to get it.
again, my personal opinion. I'm not speaking for everybody. Okay. No, if I have paper, because I hate my computer. I'm on page 19. I don't know where you are.
Where contingency? Do you wanna go back?
We're talking, I think with contingency last night, we went to 375 on, excuse me, 275 on the oil, is that right? We covered most of the contingency?
I had,
Or did we remove?
Yeah. It was 275, but we should probably put it up to what we locked it at.
Yeah.
Right, that's a newer number.
yeah.
Yeah. Our usage may be different than expected, the numbers.
Yeah.
Could you repeat that for me?
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, let Eileen.
Yeah, put, if we could put the fuel, number up to the 286 per gallon instead of, I think last night we were.
We had it at
We had it
275.
at 275.
But we should probably put it at 286.
What we locked in at.
286.
Okay, thank you.
All right, give me a minute to
Thank you.
pull up those schedules, and I'll go back to that.
Thank you.
And then I know we need to talk about capital.
Yes.
Would be,
And usage of 2023, excess
Yeah.
revenue to
Yep.
make up that difference.
we still have that. Yep.
Sorry. Trying to find the budget out.
We were good on this year's revenue.
Yeah, I thought, but Marcia answered that and we were good on that. I think we were fine on revenue.
They're still increasing.
There's
still an
ECB
increase.
increase today, so
Yeah.
it probably will increase. So I think it's I don't know if I go up, but I think
Yeah.
4 is fine.
yeah.
I was just skip past the Board of Ed stuff.
We didn't get to it yet. Yeah.
I just didn't know if it was.
Yeah, no, we're
it was
still-
still at the 285.
Yeah, no, we're still at the
286,
contingency and
Not
fuel
there.
level, we're not yet.
I know, you
Still
were
here.
already off the capital.
No, we're, yeah, that's why, that's
My
why.
head was going, man,
I am
they
literally
move
snorting.
fast.
So I can just.
I can tell it's almost 10 o'clock.
I should
Exactly.
move to the other end of the table.
So what are we doing?
Okay,
Well,
Marcia was moving it to 286. And then I think we need to move on to capital, am I wrong?
Well, we haven't
Yeah,
done Board of Ed.
Board of Ed.
Oh, board meeting, sorry. Okay.
There's one back.
Well, there's the debt service under capital and then board of ed. But the capital's under.
So the 97 that is added back in by Board of Finance on the worksheet was made Board of Ed whole, right? Can I make a motion to invite Bob to the table?
Second.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I'm at the table.
Yeah, I mean, technically, yeah, you were at the chair, and the chair will just.
No.
That's good, I'm just thinking.
No, I'm on the table.
So, Marcia, I'm so sorry, we made the Board of Ed whole last night, right?
We made it so it's 303 different, and I remember an email, I think, from Bob saying it's 286 or something, so his number, I think, was a little bit different than what we did.
We're gonna have
Do you
to
know
throw,
what the pieces were?
we're gonna have to throw money
100,
back in.
for the
because-
303 was 198 for health insurance, 80 for fuel, and then 25 that you gave.
And the fuel's now 69.
Okay.
So there's another 11
Okay.
or so. That would make sense to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what was the other? The So it was the one at 98?
198, the fuel was 80, then 25 that you gave back. Yep.
That seems rational.
Yep.
So it's like, I just was the fuel oil, I
Yep.
was expecting it to be slightly over 100.
Yep.
That's kind of what I expected, so that would
Okay.
make sense.
So I think like last night, that figure what one was up at 97 was the difference.
So we would make it add another 11 to it, so make it whole with the new fuel rates.
Because I think what we did was we went down to 250 for both, so I think we have to add more back to the board to
Mhm.
make.
Got it. Understood now, okay.
And we probably have to reduce contingency now. 'cause we're
Right,
pulling this out of
exactly,
contingency.
exactly.
So it's just moving
Yeah.
the
Okay.
pieces around.
Exactly.
Got it, understood. Yep.
It went to 69 for the fuel. We made it.
What was it?
It was 69, 68, 9, 70, something like that. It was 69.
69 is
All right, what do you want the Board of Ed to be?
108, right?
Yeah, you had to add 11 to the 97?
Yeah.
So 108, Marcia.
All right.
And
Oh.
go back to contingency, reduce that by 11, right?
No, because the town, that's just.
Have we changed the town yet?
I
Yeah,
think
she just
she
changed
just
it.
changed
Okay.
the fuel.
Okay.
I did change fuel.
All right.
Do you know the,
Sounds
do you know
about
the,
right.
do you know the delta between the, or the two, between the 250 and the 286 in total? Because we have to reduce that from contingency. Because we were gonna cover that in contingency, but now.
No, we weren't gonna cover in contingency. We were
Yeah,
gonna
separate
cover it from
fund.
one-time revenue this year in a capital non-recurring. That's what we were gonna
That's right. Which is,
Not in the budget.
do. Right.
Right, that was where that whole, I remember that whole.
So we gotta find another use for that.
Got it.
So if we wanted to cover it, I didn't say what the numbers were, but Dan, if you have it, I can look at that, that we can cover it, I have it on the one before I combined it, but we're talking probably $5,000. We can put another $5,000 in revenue.
5,000, you're talking too fast.
So let me just pull up, the difference, between last night and tonight on the fuel.
Yes.
All right, hold on, it's coming up. So last night, we were going to save 23,000, let me find it. It went from 23,972 to 14,092. Which is, my calculator's coming behind that, okay.
10,000.
So that is, two. Um, 9880. And then, down here, that, this one would have been, last night was 9589. And so if I take, 698, 3891, and 11,000 for Board of Ed.
Yeah. So that's 25,000.
That's about 25,000. So I could take 25,000, put in revenue, since that's gross. I could take the 25 revenue as interfund transfers, and transfer it from the contingency at the FEMA money if we put it in capital non-recurring.
Got it.
And the difference from what Glenn was talking about last night, it sounds like he wanted to add the revenue, but we couldn't add the revenue and reduce the expenses. This way we've got the expenses whole and the revenue, just grossing it up.
Okay.
All right,
Yes.
done.
What is that number, Dot? I can't read it.
394.
Oh,
394 still.
still.
It should have moved, it should have moved.
Well, just that, just on the fuel was, you mean,
But we took it out of, we moved
the
it.
fuel's hit one pot or two now, that didn't change anything.
Yeah,
Didn't
it
change.
I
was
don't
just the
remember what-
rating the school.
In the library, no, I think
But only
the
on the-
library made it brought to 394.
Yes, the
Yeah,
library
that's
brought it to
that's
394. Yeah, okay, okay,
I
okay.
think we're good.
Yeah, and this change from 97 wouldn't have changed it too much. Wouldn't have changed it
Okay.
at all, but 39413 and
See, I think something's up there, Marcia.
yeah, sometimes up here, let me figure this
That's
out.
exactly what was happening to me.
Yeah, so 1919.
So, go back to summary. I think I know where it is, I just don't know what the fix is.
So this is different.
Oh, there we go. It's in the 2690 in column L is the calculation of the mill rate. And what's that formula?
The calculation of the mill rate,
Is 38 over 34. Is the required levy over the collection rate for 1 mil. I don't know why, those weren't moving. I could be wrong.
all right, I'm gonna have to look at this.
Yeah.
Can I-
We might have to come back, we might
I-
have to have
I was just about to say, because it's at 10, we haven't done capital, so here's
Yeah.
my other thing. While she's looking at the Excel spreadsheet, do we want to talk capital?
Yeah.
And do we want to talk BOE? I mean,
BOE, I think
we're good.
good.
Wait, who gave the money back?
Right, let's finish up the open items on operations.
Sounds good, let's go. Capital isn't crazy.
I agree.
I think we can probably get
We'll
through
get
it.
through it.
Might be
We'll get
quite
through it.
easy. So let's just go back and while she's working on the Excel spreadsheet,
Yep.
let's try to get our T's
Yep.
crossed and I's dotted. And then who wants to volunteer to write down whatever changes we make to report back to Marcia?
I got it.
All right, on it. Good. Here we go.
Where's the budget right now?
Well, we don't
You
know.
don't- you
We're
don't
not
have-
sure.
We got it,
We're not
the
sure.
Excel
I think the
spreadsheet,
formulas.
something's going on. All right.
Okay. So, top of the list, we had the discussion last night about if Ginny comes back,
Mm-hmm.
having some of it in contingency, because that's kind of an unknown, and coming back for hiring, wouldn't necessarily come in at Ginny's 30 years of experience pay, but something
And
a different.
Fern had indicated it had Ginny not come that. Fern,
I did make a motion that we allow Fern at the
Yes,
table.
thank you, because
I'll second.
perfect.
I wanna come.
You're,
You gotta put
I
your
was
hand on
angry,
the
but
table.
you were shaking.
this is as friendly as it's gonna get.
Yeah, exactly. So if,
All in favor? Sorry.
oh yeah,
Aye.
you had said 70.
Yeah.
You were comfortable with 70.
Mhm.
Okay, so we've got the 70 plus the balance.
Just in case Ginny stays.
Got it.
So
Done.
we're taking 6688 out of that line and putting
Putting
it
it into, I mean, we could probably just put it into, would you put it into contingency, and then if she were to come back, then you would just make the transfer into, that
Well,
51,618, and then be happy with the 70 if she doesn't, so we can, I know this is just what we were talking about at the table, so I'm just going back to that original discussion.
So let's just say Ginny's not coming back, okay? We can't bank on that, so.
So we should bank on 70.
Then if we're at 70, there's no range.
Well, that was, Fern, you had felt comfortable that 70 was a
I would say
fair.
as a baseline.
I mean, that's probably the lowest I would go. I mean,
So then there you go. I think that was what, because Glenn was at 60,
Yep.
and then he met you to 70.
60.
I know, no, and he said it's
They
wrong,
know,
so
they
he came
know.
right up,
No,
yep,
no.
that was it, we're done.
70's more reasonable.
Okay,
And at worst scenario, I can always come back, right? And say, guys,
there you go.
give me 2,000 or whatever, you know, if that ever becomes the
We
situation.
good at 70? Okay. Thank you. Wonderful. We'll make that. So that's,
Ginny's.
so that's one.
But we would really like Ginny to
It's
stay.
so late. It is so late.
You
You heard me. You heard me.
Oh, man, that was awesome.
Alright, here we go.
Okay.
Alright, what was the
Ginny's
next
gonna
open
come back and ask
item?
for more money.
The next one I have is IT.
Is that what he said?
Next up, okay. Somebody else take the wheel. Jesus, take the wheel.
Fine.
Did you give it?
40.
You got it.
Yep,
Rich, she
40
wants to count, she
in-
needs it.
in non-union wages for part-time.
That's,
That's generous. What was the ask, 37? Thank you.
It was going back towards kind of.
We were trying
closer
to write.
What pre-Dunman's retirement was.
Okay.
Wait. What are we doing?
Wait, are we doing, just going back to 37,440, or are we doing,
I was,
We're making no changes.
I was putting
We're
the
making no
40
changes.
no change.
what?
No
You
change.
just make no change,
Sorry.
so
Yeah.
you get what you
Yeah.
asked for.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
40 was just
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
contingency idea, which didn't
Yeah,
go over.
the
So we're
part-time
out.
position
And
that they're
again,
looking for is.
again, if there's 2,000 need to come back, they'll
I'll
have the
come
same
back.
process.
Right.
I have a
Um,
note.
Dan?
Fern can come
Yes.
to us if it's not enough.
Here's the issue, the mill rate is rounded to the nearest two digits. Last year, the tax collector had said we can only go out 2 digits instead of 3. And so when I bring it out to 4 digits, it does change the mill rate, but 11,000 wasn't enough to change. So here it is the expenditures were 108. The mill rate is, when we bring it out to 4 digits, it's 3,937,403. And if I were to bring the expenditures to 97, the mill rate, when at 4 digits is 3,922,334. But when I only bring it out to 2 digits, it's not enough to hit the mill rate.
Okay, just indulge me 2 more minutes.
You bet. I want it right.
Yeah, go to expenditures and go back to the polling workers. I don't remember what row that's on.
Yep.
I agree 100%. This is why we go back, we talk, we revisit, we take a break, we go back, we talk.
Okay, and if you zero that out, can you just
Make decisions
make sure it's
All right.
the same thing's happening?
can be 11.
All right, so here, let me just bring it to 4 again. And
Yep.
she did tell me last year that she checked with quality. If we wanted to do 3 digits, we could.
Yep.
All right, so this is now with polling workers in, it's 3937403. And then if I go to expenditures and take polling workers out, 3965224.
Done, all right, thank you.
Done. Perf.
So the
You
numbers
want to
are
keep
seen.
with 2 digits?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so poll workers was the next question mark one, I think, or maybe
Oh.
that's, or just a bookmark of where we left
No,
off.
we're good, never
We
mind.
want to have Marcia just throw it, because she got it now, to throw in the ones we talked about.
Yeah, so,
Oh,
so
yeah.
Yeah.
the only change we
Okay,
made
so
so
I'm
far,
going to Ginny.
yeah, the only maybe change so far was line 10. Take the 6688 as a negative adjustment and put 6688 into contingency. That's the only change that we made so far.
And then we'll
All right.
No, we're just not making any change.
Oh,
Right, that stays the
right,
same, we
right,
didn't
okay,
change
so-
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that just stays as,
It's already in.
Yep.
Exactly.
okay. I don't, what was the other, I don't have any other.
And that's the only other open item?
That was it,
All right,
right?
good.
Yep.
Okay. Capital?
Yeah,
Go.
yes, I'm giving that to you. Makes sense.
All right, so,
What did you guys decide to do on, sorry,
Yeah,
excuse me.
you're
I'm
still at the table.
no, you're fine.
You decided to leave the 40,000 in for the IT person?
37.
We're
We
not
didn't
changing
touch
it.
it.
We're not
We
changing
I'm
didn't-
the
just
we
department.
noticing her notes were 40,000 for IT in that contingency line, that's why I was noticing that.
Oh, was that put into contingency?
So did you change that
Yeah.
back and put it?
We just left it in, we left the 37.
Yeah,
Good call.
So you
We
would
left
take
it
it out
as
of
is, so you
contingency?
could remove that
Contingency
40 out
and
of
leave-
contingency.
leave the
Just caught my
select
eye.
and-
Good job.
Can you just make sure we didn't reduce it up top, just to triple check?
Yeah, good call.
All right, and I'm gonna add a line there just to put it as part-time, because I should have done that originally instead
Yeah.
of full-time.
There it is, right there.
All right,
Yeah, so,
Okay, yep.
We did.
yeah, it's not there.
Should we just ahead to the tax and cost?
yeah, let's,
Okay.
Hold on.
Yep.
all right, so I'm gonna take. Here, I'm going to take this out. And then 5.61.
Every year I try to keep up on it.
It's
Yeah.
impossible
I
to
think you
keep up
last
with
longer than I
Marcia.
do.
Yeah, you do.
So she knows exactly what she's doing.
Yeah.
I brought my computer one night, had one incident, and I've left it at home since. I'm like, no. Change something, never went back to straight.
All right, so now I just wanted
Got
to
it.
put it in the right category.
I like that. Yeah.
Okay, part-time wages, and we're taking that out. Got it.
Okay.
And it's still 394? I'm sure. Thank
Bill
you.
394.
Bob, while you're at the table, and Tara, we had the Parks and Rec track, the BHS track. So there is, if I'm understanding it correctly at this hour of the night, there is some issue with, they don't want us to start the track.
It has to pass a referendum, so,
Oh, it doesn't matter.
yeah.
Okay. So we don't have a,
No,
okay,
it has to
Never-
pass.
okay.
Oh, you mean as far as moving the bonded capital?
No, it was I think when
Are you
it
on
was,
top?
There was a discussion about them wanting to start in May,
correct.
right? And that's resolved.
So that's resolved?
They-
Okay, I'm
We
out.
just have to
Done.
get it, we just have to
There you
get it past the
Okay.
referendum.
All right, so that.
Is that track in the well, we'll get to it in
Yeah, we'll
capital.
get,
I'll look at
okay,
it,
so I did go over the capital, Thursday. Dan, you were on the phone.
Yes, I was.
don't know.
I heard most of it.
Okay, good. I think really what we kind of needed to go back to, and correct me if I'm wrong, anyone please, was that in speaking a lot about the Parks and Rec, when it came to the capital committee, it was in this, Chris did an excellent job relaying what he felt or thought, but there were no quotes. The quotes that we had were old, and we weren't really sure exactly how we wanted to track it. So one of the ideas would be is honestly, I feel like Laura's amazing, and she should probably own the capital part of her budget. And I don't know if we want to not approve some of the stuff that we've approved and let her come back next year and ask for what she feels she needs, because she started in January and she should be allowed to get a feel of what she needs. One of the things that Eileen and I had spoke about was just the $23,900 for the walking trail surface and back parking lot. That's just gravel. You know, tamp it down, make it work. I know you guys have said that you've been there. I haven't. And then the other stuff that we had kind of put in was the. I mean, I want to leave the reserves obviously because that's important, but the bleachers, we all of a sudden it was, there was only a section of bleachers that could get done, but I'm not sure, again, if Laura wants to get out there and get her hands on it. I'm okay with it. I know Chris was confident that 30,000 would get a section, and he would just said he would replace the worst section. And then the comfort station is not going to be covered with the amount that was in the budget, right? It came.
Do you have that email I sent you with all the justification? You probably do. I can pull it up for you here if you need. Did I send that to all of you?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so. Here we go. Okay, let's see. Nope, that's the capital. Sorry, I just brought up the wrong one. That was center. Bear with me. Do you have? Maybe I don't have it. So, Tara was we were talking about, she had an update of the Parks and Rec capital in what was really needed, and one of the things that had come back was that the amount of money that we had put aside for the comfort stations, which is line 5 under Parks and Building Equipment, which is 29,000, is not enough at all.
That's.
So that's where the conversation got into, do we put, and Bob is at the table and he's a part of the capital committee, do we put these things in a budget when we know it's not gonna be enough, and we know that it's not gonna really go to the fund the whole problem? Do we have Laura get her, oh, I found it.
I sent it on Wednesday at 9:11 a.m.
Yeah, I see it.
It's under
So my
the
phone.
other section.
Okay. So comfort stations at town hall is 29K enough, 35K if possible, waiting on quote. No one was approving a quote, so this was the best estimate.
You should be
Providing. Library patio estimates. We have 20K allocated, but afraid this isn't sufficient. Spoke to Sunburst, putting in stone dust rather than concrete, so we'll save on cost, and waiting on a quote from them, asked last week. Williams Park driveway, 40K, how far will this get us? Demo garage ourselves, need an action plan of area, would cover the upper lot, waiting on quote for entire space. Cadigan parking lot lights, apparently there's a grant for this, checking with Jules. BHS baseball field netting, can we get an estimate, reaching out now? So, a lot of the stuff that we talked about, the quotes aren't entirely there, correct, or enough. So do we say, take them all out, let Laura get her hands on it, figure it out, come with the correct needs, the correct assessment to the capital committee so we know what we're facing? And because I mean, it's 35,000. It was like one. I think they were talking about like it would only get one comfort station, which I sort of.
No,
It's not that porta potty, but
This is the bathroom.
It was the bathroom, so it wasn't. Yeah, so it wasn't enough.
I mean, they're
Yeah.
embarrassed. It's embarrassing for us to be public towns. It's
So-
embarrassing. I mean, it sounds like 35,000's possible.
So if
right?
we want to change it, but they don't have a quote, we still are so I will say, being the devil's advocate, we're going against what we usually do, which is we don't usually fund things that we don't have quotes for. So we don't have a quote for it. So
And also, I mean, there's not for nothing, there's other needs, I don't know if it's a next priority for me here, but in years past, my past year, Mary did, I've actually ridden in it, I forget what they call it, the Cyclops or something, but that Parks and Rec vehicle is not roadworthy, well, I'm sorry, it's barely roadworthy. So, that's something that, they
Is that
do
named-
need a new vehicle.
is that named somewhere else under here?
I don't think it's in
I
this,
don't
it's not
see
in
it.
capital, I'm just bringing it up as something else.
The sources of these expenses though are not, most of them are out of other stuff other than this year's budget. It's capital non-recurring or ARPA. So we could hold off on them, not put them in here, and the sources of the revenue are still there.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you guys to chime in here, because the problem is, I know we're going against our whole hard push of we don't have a quote, we don't have accurate numbers, we don't have that, so just keeping them in is, but like you, that's a great point, we have other sources of revenue if they wanna come and get a quote, but then we're approving things that aren't in the
We
budget.
take it out,
So,
like Dan said, and then just, when they come with a quote.
I'm game for any suggestion, honestly.
You ran through them very quickly, so.
Yeah.
Let's look at each one and
Ryan, you still have the email
where they are and
there on my computer.
what the source of the revenue.
Alright, so, the comfort stations.
Yep, and that was.
So, that's year-end 2023 capital non-recurring, and the budget is 29,000. Laura's asking for 35K if possible, so that's a 6K increase. Library patio estimates. This one, there's not even a number attached, but
There wasn't.
it's 20,000, they're talking about the Sunburst about it. That would be covered by ARPA. It's earmarked from ARPA.
Right, and they're thinking it would be stone dust, what is it now, bluestone? Like broken up
Well, stone dust would just be the base.
Yeah, but I think that's how it crushed
So,
stone
so
dust.
then it would move up.
I got it.
The other one is Williams Park. Remove shed.
They were gonna do that themselves, I remember Chris saying he could demo the shed himself and the stuff in it
So
didn't
that's
matter.
40,000, and again, that's another source, that's year-end 2023 revenue. So these three are not in our budget, they're not being funded by this year's budget. They're
Right,
funded by
so
one-time
technically-
revenue, so we can basically just get quotes and figure them out then.
What, I mean, does, for charter purposes, does it need to go, even though the money is available and it's not, does it need to go through some sort of a town meeting vote? I mean, it's not what we're certain.
The way that, last year, the town attorney didn't know, so this year I talked to the bond counsel. And what she was gonna do is write up that we're gonna spend, 11 million, or whatever the number is, 1 million was gonna be bonded and 10 million was gonna come from grants and other sources. Part of that other sources, she was gonna write right in there that it was be a transfer of this excess revenue from this year to the capital non-recurring, because the charter just is not clear that of what needs to go to a town meeting and what doesn't. So that, to me, was the most conservative approach. If we had a number of small items, that it wouldn't be up to the threshold that it would have to go to a town meeting, we could do it separately. Or we could put this money in now and then do a separate transfer at the end of the year to say she needs 5,000 more here and 10,000 more here, either one of those. But with the whole thing of like $2 million in total, I thought we should bring it to as part of a town meeting instead of just saying, oh, I don't know what we do with that. And it's right in the statutes that we're allowed to do that. So that's what's her recommendation.
So I guess technically we could leave it in, and then if
Yeah.
she goes over,
Yeah.
that's how we can,
Yep.
okay.
Do we meet her request of 35 just for the conversation, because she has that number, or do we not? Or do we just say we wait for an estimate?
I would wait.
I think we wait for the hard estimates, like wait and follow.
We don't know what even that
Yeah.
entails.
It could come back and be something that goes totally sideways. And then I thought that was, Eileen, I think that was it that I had mentally gone over with you was just the Parks and Rec stuff and making sure that she was happy with, and the
Right,
library,
and there was
right. I think that was it for Parks and Rec.
Okay.
And then
Oh, okay.
the track got answered on my own. Okay, so next up, library. Hold on. So, one idea is, as we talked about a little bit last night, is do the 75, and then let them find, raise 75, and, you know, put the 75 as a reserve. You know, basically, we're putting it aside, let the library raise the other 75.
You're talking about the community center.
Exactly,
Library
we're talking about the
community
land at Center School.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're talking about the land now. So that obviously threw a little bit of a different, but that was, I felt like that was where we had, it just got tossed into the mix last night, was 75 in the reserves and let the library raise 75. And then,
I mean, what I like about that idea is we had this capital meeting and we talked about having, you know, we know that it takes time to get a plan and get things in place and have a referendum and be able to do something. And honestly, 2030 is gonna probably arrive sooner than we think. And to be able to at least have a plan in place, but to put the money aside until, and have them match it, but in the meantime, be working on that capital plan and when, how much and when can we bond? When can we afford to do anything? You know, knowing that we have a police station and whatever school fixes need to get done and any other things that come up in town. So I think, you know, it gives us, it helps with the planning of what comes next and when does it happen. But if it waits till after the capital plan, we can at least say, here's your goal, you know, this is what your budget is, and design something off of a budget versus the best library that we can build is gonna be $25 million, which we know isn't gonna happen. Correct. Because I think sitting around and not doing anything isn't a great thing.
well, it just keeps coming up.
It's-
So
yeah.
it's better to do something or nothing at all and just make a hard, you know, toe the hard line and say, okay, we'll meet us halfway. We'll put 75 in reserve, meet us halfway, and hold it there. And then in this meantime, we've got that information that you brought to the table that needs to be digested about the fact that there's $4 million in code changes, and then plus the possibility of just demoing it. That could change the whole trajectory of the plan. And then you know.
This was a split, this was the only split vote we had at council.
It was.
And I did not vote for it. And the reason why specifically what Tara said today, I've been to Center School. I knew what was gonna happen. Again, I'm not an expert, but you drive behind the building, we all know what it looks like. So I think that we're almost ahead of our skis here. I think we need to figure out what are we doing? I mean, because this, and correct me if I'm wrong, these 150,000 is drawing up plans based on Center School's property.
No, not
No,
necessarily, no.
not necessarily, because one of those parts of her, she had those like 3 little, you know, things. One of them was if build something brand new in its footprint that
In
is
its
no longer
footprint.
there.
But the first selectman hasn't decided, or whoever the town hasn't decided, they might sell this property. They might put a 90-foot baseball field out there. We don't know, and I don't think we.
Whatever-
I don't
But
think
would
we're there
7
yet.
yeah.
And that's why I'm.
Whatever we're gonna do with the property is gonna require some sort of planning. So we don't have to call it a library plan, we have to call it this, we're getting ready to figure out what we're gonna do with this plot of land, perhaps a building. And whatever we're gonna do with it, even if we have to study what it means to tear it down and is there gonna be environmental, there's gonna be something that's gonna cost something
Yeah.
for what we do with the
So
property.
to that point.
Well, who runs it? That's the
But so to that point, I'm with you on that, is the 70, like you said, either way, we're putting money aside to figure something out, and it's not gonna be free. So maybe we are just focusing on the word library where we shouldn't be, and we
Agreed.
should
So
be
then we should
focusing
fund-
on
It's fair.
just the property,
Right.
and just say, okay,
Center School.
Yeah.
Right.
Repurposing.
Yes.
there you go.
So
So
we fund-
maybe we just need to reword it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
that
study,
makes
whatever
sense.
we call it, 75 and 75, because if it was for a different entity like Parks and Rec, we would make them pay for half of the study?
No.
But it could be used for.
We would not.
Exactly.
We would not.
We would not. So that brings up a great,
That's a really good point.
that's a great point. So you've brought up an excellent point, and we're all bringing up, so now let's talk about 150. Are we back to the 150 for just center school repurposing and putting that money to figure out how to repurpose the
That's where I
land.
was yesterday, 75, this year 75. That's where I
I
was.
think that makes a lot of sense.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Because we're not gonna.
And-
Funded over 2 years.
Yeah.
Yep, and then we know that we've put 87 aside for the mothballing of it.
Yep.
And we'll have a little bit better of a, you know,
I think that's,
But then, but we have the center school ad hoc committee. This is what I keep coming back to. We've had this discussion about what are the needs, and that brought the players in from all these different areas to make the decision that we need a multi-use building. I mean, they said a library, parks and rec would be a good use of that space. And it's a need for the town, so then for us to back up and say, well, it's no longer a library, you know, what if a sports organization comes in, like, that's the best spot to put my field? You know, there was a committee that
Right,
said
they should have said
that
that to the ad
spot,
hoc committee.
that spot
did.
is best for a library community center. And I think, I think the idea of, personally, I think the idea of a community center, because we know that we've heard over and over again from pretty much everybody that we need more meeting spaces, we need places to do programs. And that's not just library, the library does those things, but a community center, a parks and rec usage or whatever is beyond that. And
The
so,
taxpayers are paying for a nearly $80 million state-of-the-art, largest elementary school in the state. That's part of our investment.
in the ad hoc
That will be
committee,
open to our
did we
use
have
in
Ralph?
September.
Did we have all the people that, I'm just opening up what you just sent me? In the ad hoc committee, did we have, you know, land use, did we have Ralph, did we have all of these people that just weighed in? That's my question.
No.
So, what was the ad hoc committee made up of? Was it
Residents.
residents? Okay, so here's my thing. So we had,
we're
I'm-
talking about the budget.
right,
We're not talking about what we're doing.
we're not talking about, that's
the
what I'm
budget.
saying. So we've had experts weigh in, and we've had residents weigh in, and I think coming to the middle of it and just saying, you could put 150,000 and throw it at that property to make it, nobody's gonna say that the library's not gonna go there, nobody's saying it's not gonna be a community center. Nobody's saying it's not gonna be a combination of both, but we need to address that property.
Yes.
So,
so
I'm fine with, like you're saying, 75 this year, 75 next year.
Can I make a
And over the year-
suggestion that would help protect the board? You have a lot of lines you call a reserve, right? Call it a reserve.
Yeah.
That's what
Okay.
That's what I said.
That's what we're saying.
That's what I said.
Just change it, color it green
Right,
like your other
but
things.
we haven't
So
gone that
people,
far
so
because we
people
haven't finished
can't go
talking about
spend
it.
it and
Right,
think they
well-
can go do it with whatever they want.
Yep.
We haven't finished talking, but that was what I said, it was 75 reserve. And once, I just wanted to see what everybody, I like that. We're still getting to the 150 for whatever the
How-
purpose may be. But I will say just as a, I'm gonna, yes, as a board right now I'm talking, and as a town resident I'm talking, and that information is important, and the residency is important, and what the residents think is important too. But if we, you know, again, this almost goes back to the same argument we had about IT. There wasn't a clear answer, so 75 now, 75 later.
And maybe
I don't know.
maybe the ad hoc committee needs to meet again and see the
Involve all
report
these.
that Tara has, and maybe that.
But like,
that's
I
not-
see
that's
where
not-
Dan's
again,
going
that's
with
not-
this. Dan
that's-
said it's
that's
not
not-
We are
rough.
setting
Yes.
aside $75,000 this year to be ready to study what the
Ever it's supposed to be.
town
Yeah.
says we're gonna study. Right now, I thought we were there too, Eileen, but there's been a bit of a backstep. All we can do today is begin putting money aside at 10:30 at night on Thursday.
So if mid-year next year we have funds to demo, you know, we're gonna need money to demo. If we want a blank canvas to build whatever
Whatever.
comes next.
Well,
I
which
personally,
we all
I mean, and now we're
as a
getting into
library
personal,
community
Right.
personally, I personally wouldn't be comfortable voting for it if I'm a resident or approving it if I have, until there was a study done that said what we're gonna do with it. It's part
So
of
we're
the-
putting
part of it. It's-
75,
That would be a
right.
step. I would, so, I mean, that's just, but
But in the
again,
meantime, we're spending 80-something thousand a
Just
year
this year.
to keep it with the lights
just this
on.
year.
Well,
and probably next year.
that's a quick 160.
Yep.
It's just throwing good money after bad, too.
Again,
But I also,
for the decision for the, we're gonna be spending $80,000 to mothball it, or budgeting for it.
budget, yeah.
we're either going to sit here and not do anything in
Mhm.
preparation,
Mhm.
or we're gonna begin to prepare. I'm a strong advocate for beginning to prepare.
I agree with that. For regardless of what the outcome is, we're preparing, and that's the bottom line.
Yep.
This is gonna fall back into the capital committee anyway, regardless of what it is, so we might as well put the.
I mean, hell, the
sep-
capital committee's gonna have to approve, gonna have to opine on demoing it, I would think. That's a capital expense.
And there's, we've never demoed a build, like Tara says, we're in new uncharted
We don't know,
territory.
yeah.
So there's things that can be answered, as you said, at 10:30 on a Thursday night, but what we can do is plan for something. And I am for that, but that's I'd rather plan than not do anything at all.
I'm just stuck on the fact that this started as a library request for a planning. And now we're changing what that is, and if we're not the ones sitting at the table and some other committee comes and says, hey, you have this reserve sitting for center school.
It wasn't a library request, it was.
Well, it was.
A community center
It's
request.
pre-referendum
what?
services for new library
And,
Well,
and Parks and Rec facility.
Right.
That's how it was came.
Library slash community center.
under the library.
Under-
Then call it that. I agree,
Yeah.
I agree
That's
with
what it
that.
says.
Call it that.
So
Call
don't
call
change the line
call it a
item.
reserve for the
That's what-
library
that's
slash.
exactly
Right,
what it
so
is.
don't
That's
change the
exactly what
line
it is.
item and just
Where
leave
is
it
it?
at 75 now and 75
Line
now.
106 on the capital.
There you go. Done.
Pre-referendum services for new library slash Parks and Rec facility.
Don't change it. And just leave it at 75 now and 75.
Yeah.
Good.
And
I
then
agree
does
with
the
you on
study
that.
still
You
possibly?
don't want someone else scarfing it up.
So you don't want to call it the center school repurposing
No,
reserve?
no.
Keep it the way it is.
Bob had an excellent point. Leave it the same.
But because it's a reserve, we can't bond it, it'll have to be
It's-
current.
You have to
Yep,
add
that's
cash,
fine.
absolutely.
It's fine.
We
We
were
don't
gonna
bond
bond that?
No, we weren't
Yeah.
gonna bond it. We're never gonna bond it.
We won't do that. $10 million in
And these are all good things for us to figure out going forward. Right. And after the budget passes, we've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to
All right,
What does our number look
that.
like?
Massive.
now we're gonna be over 4.
All right, what do we got?
Pressure, guys.
I know.
Well, we'll give Marcia a minute. We did say the other night that we would come back to the senior center generator also.
Oh, Mary.
I'll just take a note.
Thank you, Mary. Good job.
I was just
Senior
taking
center
notes.
generator and the elevator.
Oh,
Oh,
the
the
elevator,
el-
I forgot to mention in the letter, it was brought up today, that apparently the library doesn't need the elevator because of grandfathering rules, and the stairs, Demi would have to explain it, but have you guys heard this before? That the elevator is not essential to that library?
It's accessible. I mean, I think from what I gathered, from what I took away from the presentation is they took out the request to prioritize the library study.
Agreed.
Right.
And so it wasn't that they don't need an elevator, they really do. I mean, as you even mentioned the other night, like those stairs are rough.
We talked about the stairs today, and I can't recall exactly what he said about them, but something to the effect of because of the age of their building, their grandfather, and it's clear.
Yeah,
Right, but the
Probably
elevator-
isn't legally required, but they need it.
They're
still not
frankly,
making the building
for
waiting to happen.
Human factors.
Yeah.
That's what
So,
I would
okay,
guess,
so
'cause
those
Demi
two
would
ones
talk
are
about the
left.
legal
Right,
The
the
requirements.
start-
the 30 for the
70.
library and the generator.
And that's just that's just a
And the
study.
30 was just a study. How juvenile of me to think an
Yeah.
elevator was 30 grand. I'm like, we
Think
put
there'd
that
be
in
more
my house.
elevators in people's houses.
Right.
You know, I mean,
Right.
honestly, in the buildings, it's
Go,
an
yeah,
eight
go.
priority, so.
So, now we're going back to the ins and outs of one-time revenue and CNR, because are these things not affecting, are these out of are these out of 23 revenue, Marcia? Because we still, and second question, do we have more to play with? Did we, with the fuel stuff that we did, do we have more to play with in one-time revenue that we were planning on using?
Yes, we have more one-time revenue, we can keep going, and so we could probably go up to closer to 3 million. although we wanted to save some so that we don't reduce our fund balance percentage.
Yes.
But we, when we talked about the center, senior center, we were gonna pay that out of 23 capital non-recurring, because then that could be done immediately, it wouldn't be an additional appropriation. The selectmen took it out. I don't know if they took it out, I don't know why they took it out, if it was because they didn't want it anymore,
We
or if
took it
it
out.
was because they had already made a motion for it.
Yes.
Combination, we weren't sure when we were having our deliberations with Polini, because that notification came up of the 700,000 plus or minus, I don't remember the amount now, that it ended up landing at to cover the Board of Ed overruns. So at the last minute, we were scrambling to come up with that money, and the generator ended up coming out with it. But we still want the generator. You guys had it tabled at a meeting, right?
Yeah, so you,
Yes.
that
To
we
go into the budget
tabled it
process.
to bring it to the budget process. I think it was a night where you weren't here, and then I was, in usual stammering over my own words, because I do that really well. But I left it as, the place, at the capital committee, we decided to leave it here just in case it didn't make its way within the budget season that we're in. So we tabled it to put it back in to talk about it in the capital.
If it can be accommodated, that would be fantastic.
So we're talking about the generator and the library the elevator study, which is what they're requesting, is 30,000.
Well, it's planning and design.
Planning and design, sorry. Wrong.
If you were to study an elevator for $30,000.
So one of my questions on this whole, again, going back to our capital meeting, we know that our issues are that our bonding to operating budget are too high to bond anything else right now, and our general fund to operating budget is too low because the needle keeps moving on it, and our operating budget goes up. So one of the things that I love the use of one-time revenue, but I'm also concerned,
Yep.
should we be putting more in the general fund? Because our operating budget is going up, and we know that we need to get higher than we already are. And it's great to take care of these things as much as we can, but what is the effect of putting more money in the bank account?
Marcia just said something to the effect of, our general fund isn't gonna go down, but I'm like, but can we
Yeah.
Right, so
Spook it up a
should we,
little.
so should we beef it up?
We already have, so there's almost $2 million of one-time funding going in the general fund, I believe, from Glenn's spreadsheet.
Yep, and that's based on our policy of 50% of.
I'm all in favor of it, but I just wanted to remind you of that.
Because what would the general fund look like against this proposed operating budget?
Yep.
Is that number what we're looking at too, that it keeps, like, what's our percentage?
Yeah, I mean, Library said that they'd rather fund the study than the elevator, and we're getting there. Actually, no elevator study, it's me.
Okay. You know, if down the road we have to consider the future, right now we don't have any employees that require an elevator
Mhm.
necessarily, or patrons. I don't know, I
It's
don't spend my time there, but,
it's not great.
whether
that
it's
the elevator-
used as a library today and something else tomorrow, it's still not ADA compliant without people having to go outside.
Can't do everything.
Because the last piece is the generator, right?
The last piece of generator, yeah, so are you thinking, what, throw it in under, instead of one-time revenue, throw it in under cash and see how much it changes the mill rate?
Let's throw it in for cash for now, and then I want to walk through the one-time revenue
Yep.
with Marcia. Make sure we're still using it all.
Okay. I like that idea.
We have some that we have to use this year.
Yes.
It's all of this go to the town meeting on the 30th? All of us, including the current,
Might need it.
funded currently?
Yeah.
So
So there's
the,
kind of a double
I
count
think
when
Station
we get to
Road,
the
didn't that
referendum.
pass tonight? So
It
should we
did,
take
yes.
this out, and because it already went to a town meeting?
Yeah, actually, I was gonna ask about that, because it went to the town meeting, but there's still some more steps before it actually is 100% gonna happen.
But as I understand it, the expenditure was approved tonight
It was.
if everything goes well, is that?
It was. I don't think that has to go to
Okay.
town meeting.
Yeah, I was just asking, like, do we leave it there, like,
I would say we would take it out if it was
Yeah,
already
because when it
approved
yeah,
tonight.
exactly, it's not part, yeah, it's already been approved.
Yeah, but you want to account for it.
We do wanna account for it.
That's outside of the budget.
Yeah, it's not operating, it's not capital.
Sure.
It's-
Oh, it's grant anyhow.
Right,
So
right,
that's-
exactly.
That's that non-issue.
Right.
All right.
it's kind of that reimbursing kind of grant, it's not that they just give us the money.
Yeah.
We have to pay stuff and then they'll pay us back.
Yeah.
So there's gonna be balance on funds there anyway, because we have money in that line at 120,000, and then we're gonna be recouping the lien and taxes.
But no, I think we don't account for it till we get it.
But the 120 already exists somewhere,
It does.
so can we allocate that somewhere else?
What, 120 you're talking about?
The 120 for 20 Station Road.
You had
The blight
done,
funds
you had
maybe?
done a preliminary funding in last year's budget for 120,000, and they're only gonna spend 60.
Right.
But what we can do with that is, like the Board of Ed needs some more money for air conditioning, and when we do the budget meetings, we can use that and make transfers with that next week.
That letter?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's like,
Okay.
we're bringing forward 155,000.
I saw that,
so-
yeah. So that'll work. All right.
I'm really worried about costs of things going up. And then
All right.
we pay
All right,
something.
so
So-
where are we at? Okay.
What is the number? I-
4.1, 4.13.
All right, so, Marcia, I'm working off of what I think is Glenn's latest napkin math, and he had a tab of one-time funding sources. I'd like to understand, I'm just gonna read them off, and you can show where they are in the budget, that'd be great. So we have,
Hold on. Let me pull it
Thank
up.
you, Bob.
Sorry to leave you guys. Got dogs with their legs crossed
The,
at my son's house.
Sorry about the Wildcats.
Huh?
Sorry about Arizona.
all right, so we have, for ARPA funds, we're using 226,956 as lost revenue. Is that correct? So you have it.
all right, yes, so we've got, some of lost revenue because we were trying to use them in order. So down here is,
Yep, there it is.
ARPA, yep, right there.
Okay. All right, then there's 214, 266 used for projects. What's that?
That's over in capital, that's the rest, because the 226 that we just talked about is part of the 1.9 million
Yep.
lost revenue.
Yep.
But then there was the other part where we hadn't spent the whole thing, that, there was some miscellaneous money. And so the 214, 266 uses up all the rest of the miscellaneous money, unless there's surpluses that people don't spend, and then we could
Yep.
repurpose some of that.
So that's allocated up in row Z, column Z.
So that's allocated above that,
Yep.
some is, the balancing one was a conservation commission, public art funding,
Please, I'm good. This is where you shine, I just,
Okay.
yeah.
Cadigan, patio replacement, this one is vehicle replacement for the fire marshal, because that was safety. We tried to hit all the public safety ones with ARPA.
Okay,
But that's what, it adds up to the 214, yes.
all right. So the next one is the premium. I see that on the revenue, so we're good on that. The 1,223,000 is on the revenue.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do we end up using the 375 FEMA money on?
So far, we haven't used that at all.
Right.
Well, we used it over here a little bit, just tonight. The 25,000
Right.
was the FEMA.
All right.
But the total is 510.
Yep, so we have money, so we have 350 to spend, or we have 510 minus 25 to not spend, to allocate?
We have 510 minus 25, and Glenn had brought it down to 300. He was doing some napkin math, and I was trying to follow that, because he didn't want to use too much of the one-time revenue this year. But the total is 510.
Okay,
yes.
so let's stick with that. So we were at 375, we have 25 of it, so we can take 350 of FEMA money and use it for one-time stuff that we're paying cash for, right?
Yes.
So where can we use that?
Everything that we're paying cash for is reserves.
Reserves and,
paving,
Paving.
which is going to be repeated. How about in the budget? Well, no, the budget's not one time.
Right. We can throw in the drop boxes. Oh, yeah.
2600?
There you go, Eileen!
oh yeah, we have to add the drop boxes, and we could use this with year-end 23 revenue. This 80,000.
Is there anything that we didn't, any reserve, anything that we did not fund?
How about instead of moving the dump truck to bond, you take it out and pay cash for
There
it?
you go.
There,
There you go. That's not gonna change the mill rate, but that's still
But that's
positive,
still,
positive.
it's a
Still very
positive thing, yeah. And so the 2250 and 6750, those are the library.
Still like to find something.
Yeah.
You can come over and.
What else
I
is
don't
on
know
here that
bonding
we're
that
not
million either, but I guess you got a bond to stay healthy.
No, you can't. What? No. No.
Did we took away 100 from the paving? Does it help giving 100 back? Okay.
Could we pay a parking lot? Wasn't there?
Is there more spend? Is that what we're trying to talk
So
about?
no, I'm trying to take $350,000 of one-time revenue and use it on something we were already spending money on.
Oh,
What about
okay.
the track?
I guess we
You can't use these
No.
things. You can't do a reserve. Well, you
No, it's
could.
not a reserve, we're putting the track in, so we're paying 1.285 in year-end revenue, and we have 1 million on 10-year bond.
Right.
So we can reduce that.
Yeah, so,
1
yeah, I
million.
mean, we can reduce,
Yeah.
that would be,
Because that would be the full amount,
Right.
use the full amount instead of the dump truck, because that dump
Yeah.
truck is.
yeah, I mean, if we wanted to, yeah, if that's the best use of that fund, fine, but we were hopeful to use that for current years. Alright,
So is there anything else?
So now those two are 350, the 270 for the dump truck and the 80,000 for, forgot what it was already, the senior center generator. Those add up to the 350.
What if we used the, let me think. What if we used the FEMA money for stuff we're using ARPA for and use the excess ARPA as more lost revenue?
Ooh, I like that. It's like 274.
That would be fine, and we just
That
have
would
to
be all
use
of
it. So we keep that pocket money for next year, is what you're saying?
No, we can use, why can't we use it for this year?
Oh, you want to put it over here as revenue?
Yeah,
All right.
A lot of movement here.
All right, so we just,
Can I?
um,
What does that do to the mill rate?
It'll increase revenue, which will decrease the amount of taxes.
What's it gonna do for
And then
next
next
year?
year's shortfall.
Well, no, you still have one, oh,
Well, we will,
I also.
we're using one-time revenue. We're already using 226,000. Oh, well, we still have we still have $1.7 million of lost revenue that we're applying to
I
next
know.
year.
I know,
Yes.
it's just a thought.
What were you saying?
Yeah, it is, you're right. It wasn't helpful,
Yeah.
put it that way. It was just probably causing more.
Well, by the time, so we already have 1.7 in there for next year. That would be swamping what we're using this year, and then after that, debt service would go.
all right, so now
This is
we're
debt.
using,
Flipping like 20,
um, 2.8 million of revenue.
it goes up.
We've got, we're thinking on our last, revenue worksheet, let's see. Um, 3.3, so it's a $500,000. In order to keep, if we're at 15.58%, which is what John told me today, in order to keep 15.58%, let me find the worksheet. We would want to have 747. Expenditures should be under, so we would be keeping our mill rate essentially flat. Or not our mill rate, our
General
fund
fund.
balance
That's fine.
percentages essentially flat if we had $250,000 that were under in expenditures. Or our revenues are a little higher than we thought. But that then we take and we would put in this one-time revenue, and we look at the
Yep.
214, 266. Plus 214, 266. We're down to 375.
I swear to God, it's unbelievable.
That's exactly what Glenn said it would be.
It's just so freaking unbelievable. This man and his napkin man. Just knocked him out.
Yeah, he's pretty good at that.
He's really good at it.
Does all of that,
We spent 4 hours.
Makes
coming
sense
right
and is it
back when we
copacetic?
started on it.
I think it is, but
You gotta hand it to
You
him.
know what would be great if we thought about it and that maybe even had a Zoom meeting tomorrow night just to finalize the numbers, make sure that everything balances.
So we can't do a Zoom because we don't have
it's 48 hours.
But we could
But
do-
I do have a
but-
special meeting,
yeah,
and
scheduled.
if Glenn is feeling better but can't be here in person, he
He
can
can
call
call in,
in.
and we'll have a
I know
quorum.
Dan and
if
Ryan
you,
cannot be
if he
here.
can't be there, I'll be in somewhere, but I can call in
I
and
can
vote.
call it.
Okay, well, I have the special meeting scheduled. It's
Yeah.
on the books,
It's
the
an
agenda's
agenda.
out there, so we
I think
can
that's
I
break
think that's a good
tonight,
idea.
sleep on
That's
it,
the right
and
thing.
then bring,
Yeah.
call in, Glenn can call in.
That's the right thing.
Make sure the numbers.
Just don't put your king.
What?
I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I'm with you. It's 11 o'clock,
Yeah.
and we're still going at it, so I don't know if it's just better to sleep on it, and
All right,
then,
but let's finish. Let's think we're done, and then.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
But I think we're done.
I think we're done. I think we're done.
All right, so
I can't see that number.
Hey, come over here.
3.7.
I need to sit in front of
Sit in front of the
Yeah, but
projector, that's what I've been
What is it,
doing.
3.75.
So it would be the motion if we were gonna.
Marcia has to type that whole thing
Yeah, well, I
up
have
to read
my-
it because that's
I
like.
have last year's up just
Oh,
in
you
case,
do?
just in case we're gonna do it.
Of course, you're
Yeah.
so smart.
So town operations is
22,016,850.
school operations,
50,510,562.
debt service,
7,703,957.
and capital projects,
2,312,218.
for a total budget.
82,543,587.
This budget represents an increase of X% over the mill rate from the prior fiscal year, 3.7.
3.75.
Okay. Second one would be capital. Last year we separated out the townwide communication system, that's right, so. So are we gonna do anything special with the motion this year for all the different funding sources? Or you-
Yes.
So that's gonna take some crafting.
We had
I've
that for the
got
ARPA motion, for the
Yeah.
ARPA public hearing in town meeting.
All right, so that'll have to be working tomorrow.
And I'll send this to the bond attorney tonight, and she's got a draft all set up that, to plunk the numbers in, that, and maybe she can turn it around tomorrow.
Even if it's literally 30 minutes to read it, think about it, make sure we don't have, I mean, the number is, like you said, it's where,
Well, yeah, but, yeah,
But-
absolutely.
I mean, I must say, I may have missed it. We didn't add anything else back into general fund, did we just add something in general fund? I missed it.
Well, no, we have to balance the budget, and then, so you don't budget to add to the general fund.
Well, like some of the.
Some of the
2023
2023
yeah,
stuff.
like you mentioned the ARPA.
Right.
Could be, we just put it into offset and lower the mill rate, but could we put some of that money, instead of putting it in revenues,
Mhm.
put it in the general fund?
and that was kind of what you and I were
That's
talking
what I was-
about. Is
Yep.
it better to try to go
Up a little bit?
up a
and-
little bit, so
So
to prepare
we-
people, because, so here's the other thing too, with that, long-term model, are we gonna say, okay, look, we're at 3.75, and then next year we're at 5 or 6, is it better to do I know we were at 4.13 before we started doing all this stuff, is it better to be a little higher and on the aggressive side to prep going
Because
forward for
we
that
know
increase?
We have to have a police, like, we
It's
know
gonna
we have
happen.
to do things.
Yeah.
So if we're low on both ends of the scale with our bonding
And then
ratio and our general fund
And some
ratio-
year it's just gonna jump, and we can't.
I mean,
But it's a good, like you were talking about, it's a good point. Do we try, and then if we don't get it, we have the tools.
how much could we put in the general fund and keep it under 4?
So other considerations, FEMA's not guaranteed for next year, ARPA's going bye-bye.
Yep.
I'd like to see these numbers once you guys are solid plugged into the model, just to see.
I mean, what it could mean is that next year we don't do as much in capital.
It could
You
be.
know, we've done a lot in capital with
Well,
those
just-
one-time funds.
Right.
Yeah, so we had a good year,
Yeah.
and like you said, next year we know where to hold it. And that's just probably gonna, we did the track, so we did one big thing.
If instead of using the 214, we only use 25, we'll be at 398.
There you go. That's an
Is
option.
that something you guys would consider?
And then what's the general fund percent at that point? Do you have that? From John's stuff?
Well, that wouldn't affect this since it's balanced.
Right, exactly, right.
Yeah.
But we have, based on this, with this increase, if we're at 15 and a quarter, we would need 750,000 to add to our fund balance to stay at 15. Here we're using 2.8, and our best guess of revenues is 3.36. I can't do napkin math, let me just add this. Oops, I apparently can't do this either, one extra zero there. So we would have to have about 200,000 more revenues or be under budget 200,000.
So that FEMA money that if we did the 25, how much is that? That's 200,000.
Yes, it is.
So there we go. There's our difference. So that kind of hits both.
Yeah, so that, so using that $200,000 from FEMA would guarantee us being flat. Is that what is that the conclusion?
Well, but the FEMA is included up here as part of this because we knew we were getting it this last time because we received it in March. So this 500,000 FEMA is already in there, and the 350 that we're using is where is this? The 350 that we're using is of FEMA. So we can't do it again.
Yep.
Okay.
But everyone has to be under budget, so we're always under budget some, that it might be 10,000 in this department and 5,000 there.
What do you think?
I think
I think it's still under 4.
it's under 4.
Okay.
And the good news is that we've set it up nicely, so if gosh forbid it didn't pass, we have the certain, we've gone through the motions
Fair
and we
point.
know to bring it down.
Fair point.
So we have a plan B already.
But we're looking towards the future.
But we're looking towards the future, and this number isn't going to get lower. You know, so I think prepping people for a increase, salary study, debt, buildings, cash, everything. I think we have to get a little more aggressive in the taxes.
Could you put that against the trajectory, Marcia, on the sliding scale? Please.
Pardon me?
You know the forecast,
Ryan's
the
model.
model, not Ryan's model, it's
Oh,
another.
the 10-year?
Yeah.
I don't have that updated, but I've got Glenn's pockets of money, simplified pockets of money here. So we would still, this hasn't changed that much. We would still be using 2.6 next year and 900,000 the year after. And I think he pulled this from that 10-year model. But I can update the 10-year model for tomorrow night.
I'd be curious to see that. Thank you. Just to know what it looks like.
All right, so for tomorrow night, I'm gonna double check the numbers, make sure they all work, update the 10-year and update the pockets of money,
The motion, right?
And then the motion.
and motion.
And I guess that way, right? Because we
And
could
to be
do-
honest, that 200,000, this number with the general fund already took out the Board of Ed 700,000, it's only 500,000, so there's your 200,000.
Yep.
150,
Okay.
but, yeah.
All right.
Well, did we take out a full 700? Wasn't some of that coming from contingency and it was already?
So it doesn't show on Glenn's, because he didn't like mine, but, on the last one I did, hold on, it shows, so he just pulled up this 217, but here's everything in fund balance. We have money set aside that we know we're gonna need. We had excess revenues, this was as of January 31st. If we don't spend it, half of it moves up, or moves into fund balance that we don't touch. Board of Ed, we had 390,000 or so we would need more money for theirs, so that was 400,000. So it's already taken out. But I can update all this for tomorrow night.
If there's any other way to do- we can't make a motion tonight.
Right, right, right.
So,
Yeah.
so at this
Yeah.
point, I
Yeah,
think
I think this
this is it. We've gone as far as we can go.
Okay.
I think we did excellent for
You did a good
what
job.
we started the evening at
Yeah.
and where we got to tonight.
I guess the only concern I have tomorrow is what happens if Glenn can't be here. Can we participate via phone?
Yeah.
Yes,
We can vote on
Yes,
phone?
yeah, we just can't have
Yes.
everybody from phone, because
We
then.
can't have the whole board from phone.
Because then we'd have to set up an electronic system for public to come in and use this while we're not here.
So we should be fine because
Yeah.
even
So-
if Glenn's on the phone, the three of us will be here.
Awesome.
So we'll be in person, so, and then you guys.
But I
can
can't
talk.
go till 11 o'clock at night, because I have to be at
No,
Odyssey of the Mind at 7:30 in the morning.
Oh, is that this weekend?
It
Oh, that's
is.
awesome.
Wow.
no,
I
you
missed that.
can't. All right.
Okay.
So you wanna make a?
I would, like, there's nobody here for public comment.
There's an owl, I think.
I would like to make a motion to adjourn.
I second. Oh, there you go.
Okay, Mary's got it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0, meeting adjourned.